So today, we are going to continue on resilience to food system shocks in Africa. And it's my pleasure to be moderating this session. My name is Fortunate Nyakanda. I am from Zimbabwe, leading the National Organic Agriculture Movement in Zimbabwe, the Zimbabwe Organic Producers and Promoters Association. I sit in the Continental Steering Committee of the AU Ecological Organic Agriculture Initiative. I am a board member of Afronet, and I am IFORM World Board member. I would want to call upon our presenters. Today we do have very interesting presentations to take us through. And we have Marcus Abens from FIBL, Switzerland, who is going to be talking about the current global challenges and shocks impacting African food systems. We also do have a presenter from Uganda Matters University, who will be online, and this is Bienvenue Dagudo. And then the third presenter, Dagudo will be presenting on the organic agriculture, innovative business models for sustainable food systems in Africa. And then the third presenter is Professor Olubenga Odolwa of Nigeria, and he will be presenting on creating public-private partnerships for organic agriculture business in Africa, a case of National Organic and Agroecology Business Summit in Nigeria. So may I call upon Marcus Abens, are you ready to do the presentation?
Thank you, Fortunate. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. I'm quite happy to be here in front of you and having this presentation going into resilience of food systems and shocks. And for once, actually, I got the task to bring the bad message, to bring the challenge, to say actually where are our difficulties. And this is usually not my temper, not my my favorite topic to talk about the negative things. I prefer to talk about the positive things. But I think it's quite important that we set the scene before we go into depths, before we're going actually to talk about where the solutions are, what we provide and how we can improve, actually maybe get an overall scene of where the challenges are, where are the difficulties, what do we want to address, where do we want to improve, and what is actually our contribution to this world. Impacting African food systems, that is actually happening a lot. I ask a lot of people, I asked for feedback, I said, what do you feel are the main challenges? And I got so many replies. So please bear with me if you realize, okay, there are maybe some more challenges than Marcus mentions here, because we have a huge diversity of challenges. It's complex. We're talking about systems, we're talking about people, we're talking about holistic nature. So all of that is actually a challenge in itself. But nevertheless, that's not what I want you to do. Nevertheless, actually, there are some major challenges, there are some major categories which you want to touch upon, and I hope this makes the discussion lively and fruitful afterwards. 10 or 15 years ago, we had this picture coming out. There was the globe being shocked, some to say, that the Stockholm Resilience Centers, that science came up and says, look, what you're doing is not sustainable. The way the world operates, the way we actually living on this planet, with this we need more than one planet, and we don't have it. And they went actually into depths. They tried actually to make the analysis and look at things, where are we going beyond? And they came up with 3 main boundaries that we are actually going beyond. One was climate change, that was the least severe of those 3. One was actually this, the nitrogen, how we deal with nitrogen. Also, we go beyond the boundaries. And the third one, the most severe one at that time, was loss of biodiversity. So we lose actually a lot of life on this planet. That was the message from science like 15 years ago. And when you look at this, quite interesting in my view is, this is not focused on agriculture, it's actually focused on the whole way of living of humankind. But we realize out of these 9 criteria that you see here, 7 are 2 are not identified. And out of the rest one, actually 7 are with major contribution from agriculture. So agriculture is a main problem for sustainability of the planet, but at the same time we realized at that time agriculture was also a main opportunity for solutions. And that was our message we went out at that time, and we still go out with that message. And maybe the next slide we can see how this developed in the meantime. So in the meantime, Stockholm Resilience Institute, they went deeper and said, okay, what's happening? What are the developments? And unfortunately, they came up with negative messages. You see the boundaries that we crossed, the planetary boundaries that we crossed, came up from 3 to 6. And they differentiated much more. They identified actually all the fields. And if you look at the picture from 2009 to 2023, unfortunately, the situation has not improved. So we are still actually are heavily challenged, and we're still having actually quite some difficulties. For example, we lose a lot of life, biodiversity, we have climate change, but we have also a lot of, let's say, more detailed issues that we are challenged with. So our planet is challenged. Our planet is the way we deal with our planet. Some people call it planet, some people call it Mother Earth, some people call it environment, some people call it, it doesn't matter, ecology. I think from the ecological point of view, actually we can really state that we are probably not on track in terms of meeting the challenges. If we look at more social and economic aspects, I think the most important criterion here is hunger. How has hunger developed? And after 2005-06, there was quite a positive development. There was a challenge at the time of the global economic crisis. We don't even see that in the statistics anymore because it's too far back. But we could see quite a positive development until, let's say, around 2015, and from 2015 onwards, unfortunately, the number of unnourished people actually increased again, and we are up to 768 million people in the year 2020. So, unfortunately, in recent time, again, actually challenges came up, and I go maybe a bit further into that one later on. What we can say, actually, it is not a question of technology. It's not a question that we don't know how to do it, how to feed people. It's a question actually of climate change, of civil unrest, of declining food production. It's a question actually of how we distribute our wealth and how actually we deal with our societal challenges. Looking at the maps, this is the maps that the Global Hunger Index that is published by Welthungerhilfe from Germany. They are quite the expert in that one, and they observe very carefully the World Hunger Index. And here you can see this is the situation in the year 2023, so right now. And unfortunately, Africa is still in the focus. You can see that in many parts of the globe, there are progresses. Latin America, for example, is... Oops, no? Do I have a pointer here? No. So you can see here, Latin America is actually very much in the green. You see a lot of progress in Asia also. But here in Africa, there is still a lot of challenges, and particularly here in the central parts of Africa where we are, quite a number of countries are still food insecure, and hunger is still a major issue. But I don't want to be just negative. With looking at the global hunger index, you see in the year 2000, the global average was at index 28, and in the meantime we are at index 18. It means there is progress in the last decade, or last 20 years, I have to say. But what you also have to say, from 2015 to 2023, there is very little progress. We came from this 19 to 18, so this is very little progress made in the last few years. And if you look at this line here, there was a lot of progress here, but in the last few years, we were particularly challenged. Now, why is that? I'm coming to that question, but I just also wanted to say here the positive message. If we look at the same picture of the year 2000, this is here the difference, then you see that the world has looked still quite different. You know, still hunger in Latin America, a lot of more severe situations in Africa and in South Asia, Southeast Asia, also quite a lot of insecure, food insecure countries at that time. So if I look at this picture and back to this picture, then we can still see there is progress there, but unfortunately progress has slowed down. So why is that? I think this picture here on the left is quite maybe a very good summary to say, yes, we had conflicts. And conflicts is actually a major, or what, let's say the biggest threat actually to progress. And the ones who suffer are always the poor in the end. So conflict is important. We know that we had COVID in the last years. We always forget, at least on global level, that there was this low-cost crisis here in Africa. But the climate shocks is also one of the major issues. So these are things which we see now impacting. You remember the line going up there, and this is actually impacting our situation and impacting actually the poor people which are suffering from hunger, undernourishment, and unfortunately the ones suffering most are the women and most of all the children, which are our future. So you see here a bit the main factors, you know, impacting that. So you see, for example, the conflicts which I mentioned already, the demographic condition, the governance being a very important factor, climate extremes impacting a lot of people, but also the level of inequity and poverty in a society. So if you go more deeper in analysis, you see that those societies that are more equal, they were more able actually to cope with the challenges. So resilience becomes a very major factor, and resilience is actually, of course, on individual, on family level, very important, but it's also very important on a societal level and how a country is governed. I would like to talk here a little bit about the concept about the global footprint. So that's the concept which came out also like some 20 years ago. And it is quite an interesting concept because it's very easy to understand. Because at the end of the day, it asks the question, how big is our footprint and how big can it be in order to be sustainable? A footprint of one would mean, okay, we have one planet for, yeah, that's sustainable, so to say. Below one, we would increase our capital. Above one, we are actually consuming our capital. So looking at that, you see that on the right-hand side, the countries that are responsible for big footprints. These are the usual suspect of the big countries like United States, Japan, China, Brazil, Germany, and so on. These are the big countries. And of course, a big country has a bigger impact than a small country, and you see the small countries almost vanishing on that picture. But interesting enough also to see actually that Africa almost vanishes. Africa is up here, this violet part here. You see South Africa, Nigeria being the countries with the biggest footprint in Africa. But only 2 toes of the global footprint are actually made in Africa. We can also have a look at here, say, okay, where do we have our footprint? And then it's interesting to see actually that you have here the fishing grounds, the aquatic footprints, but you have also the built one, the cities and the infrastructure and our flights and all these kind of things. And then you see how big the area of impact of where agriculture is involved is in comparison with the importance of the discussion in the society. So the grazing land, a huge one, but also the deforestation, the land use changes, which is this part, you know, land use changes, and then here the forest land. So you see there is quite interesting and quite nice visualization which give an impression where we stand. Now, they have a very interesting concept, it's the Global Overshoot Day. Again, for communication, for those who are in advocacy, quite easy to communicate. It is actually the day in which one we have consumed our planet, so to say. So, at which day, for example, if I take, well, this is the global one, but you can do that for each country. You know, you can say, in 1973, it was quite late. Only in December we have overshot the 1. That means until December, everything was actually within that planet footprint 1, and after that we consumed actually more than we were supposed to do. So only in the 1970s we were sustainable. Since then we are not sustainable, and the situation has increased, and the overshoot day became earlier and earlier. The positive message that the development has slowed down. You see here quite steep development in terms of getting worse every year. And now being stabilized. I would love to see actually the 2020, 21, whether you see the corona impact, whether it went a bit down, but everybody knows that right now we are going up again. So unfortunately this overshoot day is now around 1st of August. And it's also interesting to see now which countries are mostly responsible for that. And you see here the small countries come in the foreground. Those, not only the big countries, like I said before, but those countries where you see actually a lifestyle that consumes a lot. For example, my own country, Switzerland, being their 3rd, where you have actually a lot of consumption. We need 4.6 countries in order to sustain our country. So this is actually not sustainable at all. The whole planet at 1.75, this is, of course, way beyond of what is acceptable. What I wanted to say is actually we can do something. If you look back quickly at this one, you can say, okay, all the efforts that we've been doing, all the conferences, all the NGO works, all the science work, all the efforts of companies to become more sustainable, it has an impact. So we could slow down, because if we hadn't done that, probably this overshoot day or this line would have been much, much steeper. So we can see that where the professionalization of our work and the whole efforts of the community, including actually organic movement, but also others, actually has shown an impact. And I just want to stress or make one example of this efforts that have been done, and I take this International Year of Soil, which was an international year, and I chose soil because this is very close to our hearts. Organic agriculture comes from soil. Our pioneers started actually thinking about the life of soil and how to sustain soil, and it was actually that year where it became very obvious that we are not taking care for the soil. And that was also that year where this got a lot of international attention, and messages like that for the first time were also did not only come from civil society, not only from activists, not only from people that really tried to make a change, to advocate for change, but including from institutions like the FAO. So we heard messages like it takes 1,000 years to build 1 centimeter of topsoil, for example. We heard also that every minute we lose 30 football pitches, the negative messages. And we saw scientists like here, Professor Lal. He said when people are poverty-stricken, desperate and starving, they pass on the suffering to the land. And I bring this quote in order to show how the nature or the degradation of nature is very much related actually to the well-being of people. So this is all interlinked and goes together. And he shows that very nice that if we see very negative pictures about Africa and African people being not sustainable, for example, in how they treat the soil, it has to do with poverty. It's because they're deprived, because they can't fulfill their needs. And it's not up to them to blame them for that behavior, but rather for us to take care that these people get into condition, because nobody wants to deplete the soil. Everybody wants to contribute, but not everybody has the opportunities and possibilities to do that. And I think that's what I quite like on this quote, on these advocacy messages. But of course, I was talking now about hunger. I was talking about some of the challenges, but I realized, okay, there are many more of these challenges. I don't need to name them all. And what I try to do, let me do a word cloud and put all the words. I said in the beginning, I was listening a lot to you. I was listening a lot to many people, and I tried actually to bring that all together. And this is now a word cloud, which I got, of course, nothing scientific, just more my own impressions, but I also ask artificial intelligence to contribute to that, you know. So all of that actually gives a picture, and you see here with what we are confronted, and I know some of you are very much concerned about seeds, for example. Seed issue is there. Some of them are more with markets related, some look at policy, some put the hunger in the foreground, others are saying agroecology is actually the big opportunities, other making the ecological organic agriculture in the foreground. So all this contributes to this picture, and I hope you find yourself also in where you are contributing. I think this is the main message of here, that we have a holistic system, we have many aspects, and we have to actually take care and contribute in many aspects. And here, I try to visualize that in one way. This is a picture that is very much a starting point or an understanding of our organic movement when we said, okay, we go out and advocate for the organic alternative in Africa. That was a slogan that we had together with Afronet. I remember that was in 2012 where we set out that, and this was the picture that we said, look, we have here a corrupt system and we have to fight against this corrupt system, and we have to fight against the green revolution paradigm, who tells us a system that, of course, exaggerated in this picture here, but which is more or less this here, that there is a monoculture, there is GMOs used, there is all this factory farming included, which exactly is a sick system, and we would like to have an alternative. That's where we started from. And nowadays, I think 10 years later or 15 years later, we realized that the situation is becoming a bit more subtle. The fights are not so clear and so blunt anymore, because also the green revolution promoters, like people from Agra, they would also, see things a bit differently, and a lot of people actually say we need the notion of sustainability. Now let's look a little bit more into sustainability. I have already touched upon these three main, let's say, indicators or spheres of sustainability. But you see here, a lot of things need to be considered. If I look at these people who promote let's say the green revolution or promote agri-tech revolution or whatever it's called, actually their messages have also changed. If, let's say some 10, 15 years ago, GMO was the only solution, and our pesticides and our plant protection measures, I have to call it from their perspective, and our fertilizers, they were the solution for producing enough calories. I think now you see a different kind of messaging coming out there, and let's quickly have a look at it. You know, you see here this mechanization, irrigation, agrochemicals, new varieties. This was really the messages of the Green Revolution, and now they're saying we had here a negative environmental impact. This is not my message, it's their message. They admit that. But in the meantime, say, okay, now we have to come down with that. So our new strategy is coming down. Of course, we do not all agree with these messages, but we see that it's becoming more subtle, you know. So, for example, they say we should sense it. We should go with more technology and see what's happening in the fields. We have to enhance things. We have to deliver. So they come out with quite different messages. No more mechanization, agrochemicals, but like deliver, sense, enhance, in order to bring down the environmental impact. So they realize that. They also say the yield, quite important. The yield, that was always the big argument. You know, organic doesn't have the yield that it needs. And they realized the yield went up, and then they lost also. That's their message, not ours. They said that they lost, and they say they want to stabilize it. Nobody says anymore we have to increase yield like crazy, but to stabilize them. That's what their message is. And here, if you see in terms of resilience, again, they admit that they have lost resilience through this green revolution technologies, but they say, okay, we have to increase resilience. So if you see these messages, these resonate very much what we have come up 10 years ago in the earlier African organic conferences. We had these messages, and now we see also a response from that side, which of course we still don't fully agree with it, but we see that things are happening, that the dialogue and that what our work has been doing is effective. So it's not that we are working for nothing here. These are messages that are coming now from FAO. FAO is saying, okay, the future of agriculture is not input but knowledge intensive. We know that. We build knowledge hubs and stuff. We said a long time ago, we have to train farmers, we have to do capacity building. That's nothing new. And a lot of you run for that for a long time, but we get also now the strategic backing actually from the highest levels. Now, there is a lot of talks, and I remember in the March conference, this was by BioVision, by Vivat, you know, people ask, now what's that? Some people talk organic, some people talk agroecology, what's the difference, and why do we use one or the other term? And it's true, we have, in the meantime, not one term anymore, but we have a number of terms. We talk about regenerative, permaculture, biodynamic, we talk about natural agriculture, we talk about many things. And then there was some infights sometimes. But if you go and look at the scientific perspective and say, okay, how they are interweaved, you see here the 4 principles of IFOAM Organics International. You see the 10 elements of agroecology promoted by FAO, how they are interwoven. So there was a scientific work from people looking at it, how they relate to each other, and they came up actually with this visual, which I like very much, you know, in order to show that we need each other, that we are interwoven, even so we have a diversity of understandings. Yeah, so let me also come to one thing, this is my last part of my presentation, to say we have to bring evidence, scientific evidence. That's what I hear from many people, that they say, if you want to advocate, if you go to African Union, even Janet, African Union, if you go to your colleagues, what you need is scientific evidence. So we have come up with advocacy messages. We've been successful on that level, but to really convince, we have also to bring in science, and we have to compare, and we have to bring out good messages, and only long-term research. And FIBL is engaged in long-term research in the north, in Europe, Switzerland, the United States. We do that for a long time, that we have comparative research, but we had actually very little evidence for the tropical agriculture. And here the SysCom trial, and I hear, for example, Swiss Aid is also here sitting, which are supporting that. It is quite important that we bring in messages, and we had difficulties at FIBL. We had difficulties to bring in the blunt message, say organic is better than conventional, because it's not like this, just simply how we could do that in the temperate zone. In the tropical zone is much more complex, but what we could find out, and here are a few slides, you know, for them, looking at some evidence, scientifically very well-proven evidence that we can say, for example, what are the beneficiary insect and what are the pest insect, and we compared actually with good practice behind monoculture and intercropping systems. And here also, not talking about organic standards and compliance and everything, but just from the system perspective, we can see very well these organic systems, they have much higher much more ladybirds in that sense, the beneficial insects, compared to the aphids here in this case, and in that sense, it is a very, very, very positive, let's say, impact of our systems. I can show the same thing here, for example, carbon stocks. You know what kind of contribution to climate change is there. We can compare here the monoculture conventional system compared to agroforestry and organic systems. You know, we see that the carbon stock is much higher here, and through that it contributes actually to the sequestration of carbon very much. So we could show that, for example, in Bolivia, in Latin America, also in tropical agriculture. There are also here examples of showing what is the demand for non-renewable energy. You know? This is on the negative side, so that means the less you consume, the better. And you can see that organic agroforestry and here even organic monoculture, you know, they consume less energy than conventional systems. Looking maybe at another aspect, which is an economic aspect, I just try to cover a bit, let's say, various aspects. You can see here, very interestingly, when they looked in Kenya at conventional organic systems, what are the economic implications of that? Then we can say that, yes, input is higher, very interesting. Higher in organic input because it's labor intensive, for example. It's actually more intensive what a farmer or the farming system has to do input. The labor costs are also much higher, you can see that, but the gross margin and also yields much more. So in that sense, also quite interesting data. We can also see that this is much more narrow here in terms of variability compared to here, but still we can say that in almost all cases, the gross margin or the profitability of the organic system was superior to the non-organic system, to the conventional system. Yep, gone. The yield question is also quite interesting. So they tried to, in that case, the cotton that was, I think, based in India, they looked at it and they realized actually that diversity of organic system is much bigger. So you have here and the very good ones, there are more incidents of very good ones, is very highly yield, are inorganic compared to the conventional GMO cotton here in that sense. But it is actually here knowledge intensive and very much adapted to things. So we can even on the yield, we can say on average is slightly lower. You see here this line slightly lower than this line here. But if you do it well, you have much more opportunities there. Here another thing about yield, saying, okay, what do we yield in simple systems and in dynamic systems, where we have a lot of crops. You see here, they have in this dynamic agroforestry systems, they had like not the same yield as here. If you compare, for example, here the maize, you know, the green and the green one, is much lower there. But on the other hand, they harvest many other things which they don't harvest here. So if you add up everything that is harvested here, for example, the ginger, curcuma, and so on, then actually you get much more yield in these dynamic agroforestry systems. So that's how we can put it. Okay, I'll hurry up. This I could explain now for a long time. I will not. This was just, I started to talk about scientific evidence in 2017. There was a scientist who took actually all the evidence together, whose interest actually in scientific evidence. I recommend to have a look at this study. It's not brand new anymore, but it has actually assembled a lot of studies, like hundreds of studies, and came up with this very interesting graph on where organic versus conventional agriculture have advantages and disadvantages. So just to say there is scientific evidence and we can have a look at it, but it takes a little bit of an effort. So I come to the conclusions. I say, yes, African agriculture in general is challenged. There is progress. That's the positive message about it. There is progress. Even so, we have slowed down the progress in the last few years due to particular situations, war and pandemic. We hope that actually that will stabilize, that these shocks, you know, that we talk about shock in this challenging shock in this session, that the shocks have been big in the last years, and if we can see that, we can see the impacts. And we can also say that while we did economic and social progress, we did not really progress on the ecological level. So ecology is still quite our biggest concern, and the planet is still actually at threat. So we have to admit that, and we have to continue, particularly also on this ecological line to support. There is more agreement than it used to be, so we used to be more divided on things. So there is a recognition, I would say, also from the more, let's say, conventional promoters. So AGRA is getting closer to what we are saying. But we're still not promoting the same. So there are still differences. I would still conclude that. We can say we can match yields and profitability. We can match a lot with if we do it well, but that if we do it well, we can match a lot and we can really get there, but we need also knowledge and we need time. We realize that if you make a transition of a system, then you lose, at first instance, you use yield, but after some time you will catch up. And this time span is about 10 to 15 years. We believed or we hoped always that the impact would come closer, but nature needs time. And the 10 to 15 years is actually what we have to give. While we store more carbon, we have higher biodiversity, smaller carbon footprint, you know, we have to contribute a lot. And I think that the next contributors will also discuss then these contributions, and I thank you very much for this attention. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Marcus, for such a rich presentation. What interested me in your presentation is the fact that whilst agriculture is contributing to the destruction of the planet, the good story, the good thing is that we have the opportunity, and the opportunity is right here in our hands, that we can rebuild the planet. And I'm hoping that by the end of this conference, we'll have a roadmap and know exactly what we need to do, especially to offset the negative impacts of agriculture and build the planet. Thank you very much once more. And now I call upon the next presenter, Bienvenue Dagudo, all the way from Uganda.
Hello?
Yes, Dagudo, you can go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay, I can share my screen.
Yes, please, you've got 15 minutes to present.
Okay. The topic for my presentation, it is it's about the organic agriculture, the base for agriculture ideology for sustainable food system in Africa. I'm narrow representative in Uganda. Organic, when many people present about it, organic practices prohibit synthetic product utilization such as herbicide. Organic farming constitutes a way to provide healthy and safe food to population, protect biodiversity, and ensure food security. Organic farming is the foundation for ecological conservation, recycle, and adapt to local conditions. Organic agriculture generates opportunity for food system and acquire farmers to focus on internal material for innovations. In innovation, you identify 3 elements: food supply chain, food environment, and consumer behavior. Food supply chain impacts production, and the food environment, it is about political environment, and the consumer about taking decisions. Organic agriculture production integrates all stakeholders in a food system about system thinking of sustainability. Sustainability, food system thinking, it is a root in ideology. Ideology is as related to coherent set of belief that bind some people together, and that explain the world in terms of cause and effect relationship. Business ideology provides a standard interpretation for environment. In Africa, the agricultural production have the basis in colonies area period, and agricultural patterns was established on continent to satisfy the need of Europe. The post-colonial governments of 1960s inherit those agricultural patterns and agriculture that were the base of majority of police implementation. These patterns is held about from the multinational. The multinational is several aspects of food production, introduction, and agriculture input sector, farmers, and food processing industry, transportation. You realize that the Multinational in Africa have their own plantation, the company, fertilizer and agrochemical plants, animal powders. They have also the export-import company, farm equipment distributor, researcher. They have also the supermarkets and the equipment processing. Welcome to agriculture trade in Africa. Agriculture trade in Africa come from the colonialism period. Structure of agriculture and the degree of participation in the value chain today has been largely shaped in the continent's colonial trade relationship. In the 90s, in Africa, trade was based in specialized and complementary of exchange and ecological special goods, not the production of similar goods. After periods colonialism, the African continent is positioned upstream in a global value chain, meaning it is contribute to more value added that is useful as input in the export in other regions than these other regions contribute to Africa exports. More than 30% Africa domestic value chain is export as intermediate commodities used in foreign country exports. Africa country export intermediate goods that are used in the third country agriculture export, particularly in Europe Union countries. Many African countries have heavily depended on exports and farmer commodity. You can see from these dependent for exports, the concept of COVID show us the problem you have in Africa about production market, and the war in between Russia and Ukraine show the limits of our fertilization production. This map show their products, cash crop and food product in Africa continent. You see the time for the period for colonialism that divide Africa. You see the north have specialized in dates. In West Africa, you have cacao in West Africa, and in East Africa you have coffee, and some crop in Africa be produced and export, and Africa population not to be part for the price in international market. What organic market production mean for us? Organic markets reflect global value chain and bring economic benefit in internal productivity, sophisticated and diversification aspects. In Africa, you realize that you have more than 2 million hectares harnessed by organic agriculture productions. About this organic production, you realize that you have three groups in Africa about organic production. You have East Africa Organic Standard, you have some regulation drafting, like in a country like Nigeria, Cameroon, and no full implementations. The Africa organic production showed the importance for all stakeholders to make decision, performing, protecting area, and create a relationship within and outside the particular business company and establishment. Or in entrepreneurship is root for business ideology, which determine the mindset of entrepreneur for risk taking. Entrepreneurship is indispensable part of a nation's capacity to succeed in even change the more competitive global market. What business ideology bring for us? It is provide the standard interpretation of environments and avoid the ambiguity about what's out there. I say the business ideology, the base for development in America between 1970s and 1980s. This business ideology in organic have some 6 characteristics. You define this business ideology. The first, it is business ideology generated within the community organic setting, create synthetic for business and environmental sustainability, use science and experience, create understanding of business and healthcare, establish awareness, lead to remain linked to realities and future. Business theology create this belief system because organic agriculture need to be this belief for all stakeholders in the food system and conserve the culture and generate environments of production, defend the business, healthcare, and environment sustainability. The business ideology help for emancipation and the sustainable food system and have historical asserting sustainable value chain. From this business ideology share between all stakeholders in the food system, provide some opportunities. And about the opportunity, you need to categorize from the scientists to farmers. Business ideology help the scientists to identify a new ingredient from local material for fertilizer, pesticides, or my president talk about scientific evidence. Because we realize that in organic agriculture, the farmers have more innovation. But this innovation, they don't have evidence in science to know how to use the procedure to use this organic fertilizer or biopesticides. The scientists miss this interconnection with private sector or with organic farmers. This business ideology help the scientists to create a standard tools for organic input use. This is important for the system to compete with conventional agriculture production. Because in organic agriculture, you miss this interlinkage. Because the system, it is conventional to head for international institution. And they have their market. When the organic market, it is miss this evidence, scientific evidence. The business ideology help them to develop a new technology innovation, create a new partnership. But the private sector business ideology through organic agriculture, bring the new value chain, a new market, develop a new technology and innovation, create a seed bank, and create a new partnership. Business ideology used by government help the NGOs to create the spots, a new actors for them to create a new value chain and have the seed bank and optimize the production through integration livestock, agroforestry, and the civil pastoral. In conclusion, we can say that in Africa, the agriculture have been historically influenced by colonial system, based on the catch crop production development by multinational. These multinational they be responsible for conventional agriculture, and the continent. This convention don't allow the farmers to develop their own business through a new market. Organic agriculture address these issues in Africa to give them the possibility to innovate, to use the local material to make agriculture and to provide their own input. Organic agriculture production revealed the idea sharing by all stakeholders in the food system, which is organic business ideology. This business ideology creates, understands, a sympathetic for business, environment, sustainability, focus on science and experience and culture, generates the environment of production by creating the system and promote health, human well-being, and emancipation and the food system. You recommend for the scientists, the organic business ideology should be the key driver for the scientists in organic value chain. When I say this, it is important for the scientists to know that how to deal with the private sector, how they deal with the innovator in organic. This helps them to have the evidence. My president talk about evidence in the science to help us to compete with conventional, because this miss them. And some innovation in Uganda, you can see them there in exposition. They have more products. These products, sometimes they miss the scientist part who can give the evidence how to use these organic inputs. The missing partnership would be the key also for NGOs who can support all stakeholders to create this partnership. Because without a business ideology, business in an organic system, it is difficult to help the organic farmers. And also, the business ideology, it will be important for police, government policy. And this helps them to promote innovation, promote local consumption. It is important for us also to know all stakeholders in the organic need to share this business ideology, who help us to know to create the business and to know how the markets and how to help the farmers to promote the innovations. Thank you.
Very much. Bienvenue Dagudo from Uganda Matters University, all the way from Uganda. Yes, it is possible to make a business case around organic agriculture, around agroecology, but it cannot be business as usual. Everybody has to come to the table and contribute along the value chain if it is going to be a success. I hope you will be able to stay on for questions from the floor. And in the meantime, I call upon the last speaker, Professor Delua Olubenga from Nigeria, to give us his presentation on creating public-private partnerships for organic agriculture business in Africa, so that we can also learn from a case of the National Organic and Agroecology Business Summit from Nigeria. The floor is yours.
And thank you, Madam Facilitator. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocols. We have to do this presentation, and I think it syncs well with the last presentation. Please, my slide. Because indeed, if we are talking about development of organic agriculture, if we don't consider a right approach for the development, it may look very difficult. And this morning, I'll be presenting a small thing, that we are doing in Nigeria, that we think could be, maybe a learning point, for other countries. Yes, in Africa. Thank you. Yes, it's no longer a news, that the organic trade globally is increasing astronomically, shall I say. Basically because consumers are getting to increase in their level of awareness of consuming healthy food. And of course, the drive for healthy environment. And now we're talking about sustainability of food, not just for today, but for the future, is actually driving the market. But the concern there is we have a lot of food, organic produce, exported from Africa to other parts of the world. But how much of the benefit of such is coming to Africa? And I think that was the basis of the decision of the African head of states. Because from history, what we learned was that the decision actually came from BIOFAC. When some of the, the ministers or key people attended, and they saw volume of the produce from Africa, and it was, wow, where are we? Why should we be having these mass exodus of food from Africa? What is our lot? And that is the actual foundation of the decisions of the African head of states on organic farming. And just like other countries in Africa, yes, Uganda is doing well, Ethiopia, fantastic, Tanzania, fantastic, and in some other countries. But for us in Nigeria, is that what is our lot in these over 150 billion USD worth of organic business globally? How can we upscale our current level? In 2007, the first imprint of Nigeria on the world data on organic, Nigeria had just 3,064 hectares of land recorded. Though today is around 60,000. But reality there is that, how can we improve on this? And so we know if we don't improve the capacity of the local producers, the stakeholders at the national level, no matter how much of foul cry we do, it will be a mirage. And so in Nigeria, we came up with this idea that let us come up with something that could build the capacity of our stakeholders for organic business, and also to see how we can address the challenges of organic and agroecology in the country. So they needed to contribute to food security, which is usually the cry of our governments. We need to improve income generation, and we need to increase employment level, and among other challenges. And that is the reason why we came on with this. The objectives of NOAPS, usually, we say it as it increases the benefits of organic agriculture to all stakeholders of organic and agroecology sectors in the country, catalyzes the development of sustainable organic agroecology business in Nigeria, provision of a national platform of organic agroecology stakeholders in the country, sustaining the drive for sustainable development of the organic and agroecology sector in the country, as well as creating an opportunity for business among our teeming youth, who are much more, the people, that favor development of organic and agroecology. Because we know that, we are talking about knowledge-driven sectors, not, the usual traditional farming. the history of these NOABs in Nigeria. It started, from the stakeholders of the EOA in Nigeria, because we thought of it that one day this donor funding or this donor funded project would stop. What will happen to the partnership created, to the stakeholders already bound by same interest? And so in 2016, we took that decision, having a foresight ahead that we should continue to have a platform of interaction and also for mainstreaming the organic agriculture into the government policy. And last year, the stakeholders took decision to upscale NOABS, which used to be the National Organic Business Summit, to National Organic and Agroecology Business Summit. Sorry, that agriculture is a business summit, which took place last year. What do we do in this summit? Array of activities. And we do business fora, opportunities, for business people to talk about, their interests so that you can get more people. You want to develop outgrowers. You want to expand your horizons in terms of, customer base, awareness of what you're doing. We do exhibition. At times we do cocktail, not all the time anyway. When we have, the largest, from the host, most times we do that, but not all the time. We also do award presentations to encourage, those doing well in the sector. Like I said, it started in 2016. And the first one took place in the Federal Capital Territory, which is a seat of power in Nigeria. The second was, Nigeria is so diversified, and then we were considering, with the little resources we were receiving, how can we, influence or touch the whole of the country? And so we decided that we would do it in different whole regions in the country. We had 3 whole regions. Today we have 6 geopolitical zones in the country. But we decided to work with the 3 whole regions so that we can get to the grassroots. So in 2017, in Anambra, the whole eastern state, we came to Southwest in 2018. We should go to the north in 2019, but we had a little bit of challenge. And so we had to take it to Lagos again in 2019. 20 was in the whole Southwest and Southeast, and Akwa Ibom, which is now in South-South. And then in 2021, it returned back to the Federal Capital Territory. 22, Oyo State government hosted, and it was so fantastic, the state involvement we got. 2023, it should go back to Abuja because there's a change of power. And then the stakeholders decided last year that it should return to Abuja because we have change of power in the governance in the country, so that it could be stabilized, But because of, the change in power, the event, has been shifted to 2024. But the planning is ongoing. The outlook of participants, so diversified, from researchers, hotels, supermarket operators, certification bodies, producers, investors, media practitioners, governmental organizations, civil rights organizations, policymakers, and other related stakeholders, is actually multifaceted. Yes, in order to sustain this, because it's self-sustaining. This is not attached to any project. It's self-sustaining. So we charge participation. We charge the business forum. Okay. Yes, I know when it comes to the issue of funding, especially payments, participants are always on the defensive side, and we want the best. We want the best, maybe at no cost. As I said that even in Syria, in Freetown, there is no free lunch. Okay. The slide, please. So we charge, we have a little bit of, which at times, we try to look for support. Some people pay, for their participation by themselves. And organizations pay. We charge exhibitions. And now we have both physical and virtual, participation and exhibition. Because we must make things work. And our organizing committee is at 3 levels. We have the local organizing committee, which is at the state or the territory hosting. We have the regional, based on the whole block, because our intention is to cement relationship among the stakeholders. And then we have the national. And we have targets for level of participation that each level should put. Everybody must have something. You put something on the table. Now, we are talking about public-private partnership in promotion of organic and agroecology businesses. One beautiful thing that we are able to do in Nigeria is to bring a lot of the public sector into this. This organization that sits in the planning committee. In fact, it's like the event is theirs. Because the terms in my country is that government owns the farmers. Government owns the sector. And you see from Ministry of Agriculture, usually leads, chairs the overall national planning or committee. Trade is there, health, Ministry of Environment, Export Promotion Council, Nasima Bank of Agriculture. We have them. A quarantine service. In fact, the planning of the ongoing one is the chairperson is from ecotourism, Ministry of Tourism, because now they're also trying to see how to factor in agroecology into their system. Not even trying, already there, ongoing. And the secretary is from quarantine service. We have NAFDAC is that, University Commission is there, Board of Technical Education, so many of them. They are there. It continues. So we have a lot, including news agencies, Ministry of Information. We have about 11 ministries, major ministries, and their departments and agencies that are part of the planners of this. So if you're talking about NOAPs in Nigeria, they see it as theirs. The governmental aspect take the lead, and then with the private sector joining. So how do we fund this? That's the question. Registration charges. We seek grants and donations within the country, and at times when projects the HEOA project, has really contributed a lot when it comes to supporting members of the project to be a part, of that. And then we have free subsidized services by members. Usually we do fundraising, at different levels. And we have, this, we try to do, different opportunities for gold, etc. And then same. Now we can have an idea of, what has happened in the past. The summit is not only just about discussing business and talking. also provide opportunities to also showcase our heritage as we take it from one region to the other, the beauty of our culture. This is, the first one I showed, is the Fulani dancers, from the northern part of Nigeria, yes. And, this is 2017. And yes, this was the Commissioner of Agric and Natural Resources in Anambra State declaring the business cocktail open. The state provided, funded the cocktail. And a cross-sectional exhibition we can have. This was a sectoral discussion, a forum, and it provides a unique opportunity for interaction among stakeholders that may find it difficult to meet each other. This is one of the beautiful things that we'll ever remember in Nigeria, when the Swiss government support through the EOA was nationally recognized in 2018, and we have, the representative of the consulate, or the ambassador of the Swiss government receiving the honor on behalf of the country. Well, you can see the diversification. In 2020, we brought in youth into the show. You can see the students representing their institutions, their schools, participating. That's my culture, I come from this. This is Yoruba dancers, you see the Yoruba dancers there, yeah. So, part of the exhibition. And you can see this is the winner of the school competition, hosted by the host state, and presenting the token of support, of honor, to them. And the principal of the school was there, and it was a well-attended, high-level, event by the Ministry of Education of your state. Expected footprints of NOABs. What do we expect? Increase in organic agricultural production and business in Nigeria. Domestic and export trade improves. And the PGS and third-party certification increase in the country. The creation of more jobs. And also sustaining the impact of NOABs, and networking with other organic and agroecology practitioners in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Deolua, for such an insightful presentation, and well done, Nigeria. The market is growing, the organic market is growing annually, and you have made a deliberate effort to build businesses in Nigeria to make sure that you partake onto the big cake. And what has actually caught my eye is your inclusion of the private and public sector. And from where I come from, that is not so easy to bring all those people on the table and to buy in, to build in. And I'm hoping that in the discussions, you'll also be able to explain a little bit about how you managed to convince such a huge following, especially from the public and the private sector. So at this moment, can I now invite our presenters to come and take seats in front? I'm sure we all have questions and comments from the presentations. Can you please come and take your seats in front? And at this moment, I would want to call on Dr. Mdavi to come and deliberate on the discussions.
Thank you, Fortunate, for moderating the first part of this session. And now we want to take questions to the presenters. I hope the presenter online, Tokudu, Benview Akawedawa is online. If not, we'll take questions and the secretariat of this conference to forward to him.
I'm online.
Okay. All right, so let's go. Who is the first person to raise a question? I don't know whether we want to use the system of yesterday. You can come in front here to make it easier, but I saw some people are getting tired to stand. Yes, Professor Raymond Abach.
Hello. Thanks very much, especially to my friend Prof. Olugbenga for a really interesting presentation. For me, this is exactly, he started off by apologizing that Nigeria is disorganized as an organic sector, but what he did, I think, was an exercise in really accountability for a national organic agricultural movement. He said, well, we tried and we had a lot of problems, but here's what we've been doing over the last few years. And I miss this. There's been a little bit of back and forward with some of the NOAMs. We, as the South African Organic Sector Organization, we have at least been able to report on some of the work that we've done. But some of the NOAMs, when you ask them, what have you been doing, they get very angry and they don't want any investigation. They don't want to be held accountable. So I would like to ask Prof. Benga, how have you managed to build this accountability? I know I've been brought in for once or twice as a guest speaker, and you seem to have been able to bring some accountability into the NOAM in Nigeria. And for me, that is a very important thing. And you and I work together on NOARA, the Network of Organic Agricultural Research in Africa, and as president of TIPI as well. As researchers, we see many claims made by organic people saying there are 100,000 organic farmers, and when you check up, you find there are 250 instead of 100,000. It's a little bit different. So the research makes me quite disappointed in a lot of my colleagues who just inflate figures. And yet I see in Nigeria a lot of activity happening and a lot of accountability. How are you promoting that, Prof. Benga?
Okay, thank you. Let's do this. Try to be very sharp and brief to the point. I want to take 4 questions for Professor Dolwa, and then he responds, and I take another 4 questions for Marcus. So we don't mix. So if you have a question for Professor Dolwa, please, your hand up. I saw Rosina. Please, sharp to the point. Don't explain too much. We don't have much time. We want to go for tea break.
Okay.
And proceed. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Rosina Mbenya from Pelham, Kenya. My question to Adeolo is on the case on the business. How has it triggered local support or even international support to the organic agriculture sector by the businesses in, especially to the smallholder farmers? Have we seen more support from the business sector? Are we having more incomes for the farmers? And what is the future of the farmers in terms of the private sector supporting the trade? I also wanted to find out from Marcus, following the very explanation of the organic and agroecology. I've also seen globally, every year we have new terms. Now we have food systems, transformation, we have agroecology, we have organic. What is the way forward and where do we stand? Is agroecology equal to organic agriculture? And how fast are these terms moving and what does it mean to the small-scale farmer? Thank you.
Thank you, Rosina, but you broke my rule. I want questions for Olugbenga. Please listen carefully. Yeah? We want questions for one speaker. Even if I'll come back to you, preserve for the other one. So let us not mix. Okay, let's have Professor Simplis and then the last one.
I have the microphone.
Where?
Here.
Oh, you do? Okay. Go ahead. Of course. I can't say no.
My question to Olugbenga, first of all, I admire what has happened with the organic movement in Nigeria, and I feel positive jealous on that one, because when they started, we in the East African bloc, we were very far ahead, and now we're seeing them moving. One question is, all those partners, are they members of the organization in terms of paying fees into it, including the government institutions? The one thing that I find very interesting in them is the inclusions of the university to be forefront in supporting. If there is any secrecy of how did they manage to do that, because most of the university, they go where the funding is to do a particular research, and as an umbrella organization, as a NOAM, that can be very challenging to find finances to give to the university to do the research. If there is any secrecy that he has been employing to that one, we'll be interested. And later on, we will sit one-to-one to get more of the secret of getting all those members into the organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last one.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Olubenga. I like the way you proceed. But I see many stakeholders with different interests. Private people looking for profit, others academicians looking for publication of papers. How do you reconcile with different interests in this group? Thank you very much.
Okay, so let's have Professor Olubenga respond to those. And after him, I know Marcus was the first one. If you don't mind, I'll put the online speaker in between you, and then we ask questions to the online speaker. He's waiting, and I think we'll take some questions for him after this.
Thank you, Dr. Mudafi. The questions, I'll go straight. How do you account for the summit in Nigeria? One of the rules which was laid, right from the foundation, is that at the end, the summit is not over until we are presented the accounts to the stakeholders. And usually we do, the income, we have, remember the event is multi-stakeholders driven. We have people from different sectors, handling, so we present the accounts. And then we present all the receipts, everything, for people to see, especially the committees. So, and then, for example, if anybody needs anything that has to do with the financial report from 2016 now, all I need is just to send a message, to the accountant. As long as it's reachable, in the next 10 minutes, you'll get it. So it's there, we are openly accountable, and that drives. And I remember that, we don't also collect cash in support. Any support that you cannot pay into the account of, the activity, in terms of finance, keep it to yourself. Because we must, be transparent, and then accountable for whatever, comes. So that has helped us a lot, because people see that everything is there's nothing hidden. Everything is on the table, and every member of, especially the organizing committee, can speak, to how resources are handled. Then, how has NOAPS triggered support, from the business sector? Yes, in the past, everybody did, its operation in silos, but this, started by various stakeholders across the country, brought, people of like minds. Ministry of Agri brought, Ministry of Trade, they brought in their stakeholders. And the reality in the business sector is everybody is looking for opportunity for markets, for business. And so they see this as opportunity, to promote their businesses and also interact further with the government. And that has really helped a lot. Has this generated income for the partners or those supporting? Yes, it has, because annually, during the exhibition, producers, there's opportunity to sell, and then And lest I forget, the summit is also not, solely national. People from other countries also participate. We have had participation from, the US, Europe, and then even FAO, participate in this. ECOWAS Commission participate in this. So it's generally open. And then farmers also have been, initially, when we started, government was not paying much attention to farmers. But now, because the summit comes up with a communique that the governmental arms receive annually, and they work hard on it, you'll be surprised to see the ministers commenting, even governors, making phone calls to appreciate us for the good job. The current minister of budget in the country, when he was the governor, called personally with his line to appreciate, the last, one. So, and that has actually encouraged, the governmental arms to support the farmers. And government of Nigeria is doing a lot now. There's a project they are doing in the country and are giving organic inputs, to farmers to promote the organic sector. So, and the farmers are benefiting. And then, are the partners paying fees? Yes, we encourage, because like you said, there is no free lunch, even in Freetown. So somebody must be responsible. It's either you have an activity supporting you to be a part, just like this AOC. It's either you have somebody supporting you or you're supporting yourself. That's the way we have been doing it. And governmental arms also support participation of their staff. Some give fund, to it because they are stakeholders. They are part of it. They don't see themselves as being invited because decisions are taken together. In fact, they lead the decision because in my government, in my country, when governmental staff is talking, no matter who you are, you must keep quiet and listen to them. Because, they will tell you the event is theirs, and that is the way it happens. But stakeholders, private sector also give, towards it. That's the way we have been doing it. Then the last question I was trying to write before, okay, yes, how have you been able to bring in the educational sector into it? We plan together. Like we said, it started from the stakeholders of VOE. And it cut across educational, across so many sectors. So it's just only growing to bring in other sectors. So we work together, we plan together, and we deliver together. So it's been so easy. Maybe because it's also started from us, driver from the university. Maybe, but I think maybe it's beyond that. Because, everybody likes to put the effort into what they think can benefit them at the end. And that is what we have seen. Thank you. The last one, I'm sorry, I was trying to write, but I missed it. But maybe I have addressed this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Professor Dolo, a clap of applause for him. Thank you very much. If you don't mind, I know Marcus was the first one, but let's see who has any question for our brother online, Dakodu. Any question for the presenter from Uganda Matters University? Okay, Dakodu, if you are still online, just hang in there. We might come back. There might be a question or two for you. Oh, there's one.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Albert Kakande from the Knowledge Hub for Organic Agriculture and Ecology in South Africa. I'm from Uganda. I'm proud to hear from my brother Ben Venue, because I've worked with him on many researches in PGS. Now, Ben Venue, from your recommendations in the business case, you recommend reinforcing business partnerships by stakeholders. I want to know, how ready is Uganda Matters University in helping us, the innovators? One, I'm an innovator. We do organic fertilizers. You'll see some of them on stalls. But more often, we need to quantify and qualify scientific evidence and research on these products. And we need these partners. Most of us innovators, small innovators, are self-starters. So more times we need a push. I want to know from Benvenue how Uganda Matters University is willing to help us in scaling up our products, our innovations, in terms of meeting the quality standards out there, such that we are fit for the market. And then, Bienvenue also, you recommended promoting local innovators by NGOs. Now, this is a good recommendation that I'm throwing back to the audience here. Yes, we do these innovations. We want to really push the organic agriculture inputs out there. But like I've said, most of us innovators are self-starters, yet we want to make an impact. This makes us go slow. I just want to make a call to action to this conference here, that let's create a network of identifying these small innovators that make an impact, find a way of pushing them to really step up, and then we'll let them go after a cruising. So, Bienvenue, thanks so much for bringing that up. I know you know the Ugandan terrain now, and these are really the issues that we need as innovators. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bienvenue. I have a second one for you, and then you can take up those two questions. My question would be, what would you consider as the key drivers we can draw on to stimulate innovative business models around the organic sector? And perhaps related to that will be, do you have a case in mind that you feel can be modeled on the conceptual framework that you have clearly presented in your presentation? Thank you. You can take those three questions, and then we come back to the plenary.
Thank you. Thank you all participants. I'm very happy and glad about your questions. I start from my brother who talked about Uganda Matters, work with some NGOs in a platform, AXA and Pelham. And this platform help the farmers to bring the new product, say innovation in table. And Uganda have this partnership with our laboratory to help them to do some analysis. But when I talk about business ideology, it is this miss, I come from Benin, but this miss more university. They don't have a business model who can help the farmers to come to do analysis for their product. This, when the farmers come to the university, this, they don't know how to deal with them, but it is the lack for all scientists in organic. Because organic innovation still with local knowledge, I say traditional knowledge. Because our farmers have this knowledge. How this knowledge you can transfer to scientists and to have some scientific evidence. But Uganda Matters from this fund for World Bank, Akalise, you have some partnership with an institution in Uganda, and you try to help them, but it's still in a way to certify some product and do some analysis. About the key about to drive in business innovations, it is the mindset. Because in everything in business, the mindset for business people is different for scientists. For scientists, you take the way to say you need to know, I don't know, you don't know how to deal with a private. Private is a profit. When the professor talked about it, the private sector, you want to deal with them, then they need to know what they can get the end. And the scientists in Africa, still the way to put our innovation, publish the paper. Publish the paper is going to help the farmers. The farmers need to know how they can get, or the farmers need to how they can help them to make more money. And in Africa, the reality is you look at the fund from external. All the farmers, you can deal with them to be host there for the innovations. The consultant framework I bring about this in one case, it is that my brother talked about in Uganda. You try to create this platform. This platform will help us to co-create knowledge. Co-creating knowledge is important for agroecology. It is one principle for agroecology. And it is also co-create knowledge and promote traditional knowledge. It is important for agroecology food system. When I go through about the case for organic farming, I work for more organic farm in Uganda, and when I go to the field, I realize that some innovation be there, how you can, I can say, monitor, give this knowledge the power, I can say the capacity to be sent out. It is important to be, I'm a social science, but I need some experimental science to go there to look at some biological control, everything for evidence. I will go to also about the conceptual framework. My research, it is a business, women entrepreneurship and organic agriculture, agroecology food system. Conceptual framework bring all stakeholders in a table, how you can promote organic agriculture through business. The baseline, it is a ideology. When they also score the business ideology, I think that you can start something from there. And again, the innovation we need to, when I create this platform to promote them, if the partnership with science and the organic farming is, I can say it is the base for agroecology. And I say, you try in Uganda. Thank you. You try in Uganda to promote this organic farm, to organize symposium. Because every year you come to Uganda, you organize symposium, invite the innovator. You have partnership with minister for agriculture in Uganda. They also be part of this platform. And the only issues, it is a certification for organic products. And certification of organic products, the scientists be to play a key role. Because the organic farmers don't have evidence. The scientists need to deal with organic farmers to help them to certify their product and to compete in the international market and national market. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Benview, for your response to the 3 questions. Now, let's take a round of applause for him. Thank you. Let's take 4 questions. I think now 3. Actually, we can take 4. Rosina has already raised 1 question for Marcus, and I would like to take at least in every row one question. So in this row, we have Conrad. We have the president of Afronet. The others, you wait for the second round, and we have the vice president of, actually the president of AFSA, and then Tabio. I think in the second round, if you're lucky. So please let us be precise, to the point question, and then we take those questions. If time allows, we have another quick round. Kindly, Conrad.
Thank you very much, and good to see some updates on the planetary boundary scales, some new slides, some new updates on that. I think it's really valuable to see that. My question is somewhat related to the first question. Our sustainable agriculture logo soup, where we're sitting with agroecology and organic in the context of agroecology, etc. But what we are seeing, which I see as probably one of our biggest threats at the moment, is the immense greenwashing effort made by agribusiness in the terminology around regenerative agriculture, which was actually part of the organic sector long before. And I would just want to hear what your feeling is about that. How do we keep the message going and not get confused by these greenwashing attempts? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Clarity needed there. Josephine?
Okay. Okay, my question is to Marcus. It's clear. My question would be clear. You said we are moving now from some decades, even organic or agroecology was not considered by decision makers. Now, what we are seeing is some interest. And you can even see in the cadet some criteria regarding organic and agroecology. But really, on the ground, we don't see the real change from the policies to implementation. What do you feel? Because we are seeing lots of cosmetic measures. You say even if regarding fund regarding organic and agroecology, there are not sufficient commitment of governments to show that they are moving from conventional to organic and agroecologic. We have just some signs that show that they are considering agroecology and organic movement. What do you think we are missing? What is the gap? What do you think, what are the gaps that we should address, and as active people, knowing that organic is the way to go? What is the gap that we should address to succeed? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, huge resistance, and how do you deal with that? Hakim?
Thank you. I'm Hakim, a smallholder farmer, chairperson Alliance for the Sovereignty in Africa, and the co-chair of the Regional Steering Committee of Eastern Africa, but from ESAF. Mine is almost related to what the chair of Afront has said. You've presented evidence that industrial conventional agriculture has negative impacts on our ecosystem, and has also led to loss of biodiversity and it's eroding our food system. The question would be, are these facts known to policymakers, implementers, and other actors in the system? If they are known, where is the bottlenecks? Why is it that we continue, even after this evidence, we shall go back and we shall go for the industrial agro inputs? There is a problem of saying mindset. And the mindset, whose mindset? It is directly always to the farmers, the small-scale farmers. That is, it is the mindset of the small-scale farmers. We object to that. It is the mindset of the actors, especially the people in the policy and the implementers. They already lean on the other side of thinking that feeding the world, it is by increasing in organic or synthetic input. That is a mindset on the other side. So it is not we, the smallholder farmers, but it is those who should change their minds, not we. We already changed because we are doing the right thing. So it is them to change. But where is the question? What could we advise in that regard? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very similar to what some of the other speakers have said, especially Josephine Atangana. Yes, the last one. Quickly, Tabio Rep.
Yeah, Prof. also during his presentation highlighted on the productivity, because that's where we are grappling. Whenever we present issues regarding agroecology, the government will say we need evidence on productivity, especially on major crops, mainly maize. So don't we have more data, especially on maize, because that's our staple food. Because whenever you say, the other data, but they are looking for major crops, especially maize, which we are depending on food security.
Thank you very much. Marcus, you have quite a few questions there. Over to you.
Oh, yeah. All right, guys, you challenged me, that's good. And I can very much relate to your questions, and actually these are things which are also in my mind, and I'm trying to think about these kind of things, and of course I can just contribute here my humble maybe opinion and contributions based on, of course, the experience of working with you for a long time. Let me try to find some of the answers. I definitely can't give all of the answers, but I think I realized that the question of organic and agroecology, regenerative, and all these other terms are actually in our mind, and that is true, Rosina. I know the terms come up, and then how do we relate, and we're home somewhere, and all of a sudden, are we still home or not? That is a big question. But you know, I came to the conclusion that this is a positive development. We have more options on how to present ourselves, and we do that depending on the situation. If we are in a policy environment, it's totally different than we are in a market. Or, I mean, I realize that even people, the same people behave on different ways. You know, if I discuss with policy people, they only want to know agroecology. But the next minute in the evening, I talk with them over dinner, over their food, and then they want to have the reliability of organic and say the standards behind. They hate the standards in the discussion, but when they eat, they want the standards, you know. So it's this behavior of people, which is sometimes also a bit contradictory, and we have answers on both levels, and that is actually quite excellent, I would say. So new terms come up, yeah, new concepts come up, but for me, this is a sign of success, because we were convincing, and then of course they don't agree just right that, they still challenge us, but we are inspired by these challenges and we continue to work on that. And of course then there is risks. The risk, for example, for organic is that some regulators come and bring us in straitjackets, European Union now coming to Africa and telling what ICS should be and what not, you know, and bringing us really in difficult situations so that we might not have enough coffee in the European markets in the future. So there are really risks on that level. So I see very serious. But I see also risk on agroecology that is very open, that is hijacked, that some people going, but there even some people like FAO realize that, they built this, they have described it much more. So if I compare when we had the last African Organic Conference, what agroecology was at that time, 2017, and what it is now, I think they have made progress, and we can trust much more on that, and we can collaborate much more. And now new things are coming up, Conrad, regenerative, and the ones who come up very fast may also the one who fall down very fast. I know that these regenerative people are our people. You know, we have Andre Loy, our previous president, is now director of Regenerative International. I think they're well-minded, they want to do it well, but what happens with it, we don't know. There is now, in the meantime, also standardization of regenerative that they realize they can't do without. So that might be some hope that this will be used as reference, but I don't know whether they're strong enough. So they are quite weak. So I don't know what's the end of the story, but even if this is a negative end of the story of regenerative, we will survive it. Because I'm totally convinced we are very robust, because we are playing on many levels. We have done it for 100 years. And we cannot somebody take it away from us so quickly, because we have the tools, we have standards, we have actually delivered, we have these millions of farmers doing it. And this is now the question of what impact does this have to farmers and what this means for farmers. And I can say I had the same questions, I turned it the other way around, what I can learn from farmers. And I realized the agroecology farmers that brought me to the orange or whatever garden and was very diverse, at the end of the day, he marketed organic. So I could see, okay, they are already versatile like anything and go on the market and do it. And we should learn from them that actually we are not only diversity of animals and plants, we have also diversity of terms. And with this one, we play like an orchestra. Like an orchestra has also all kind of instruments. And there, if we do it smartly together, we have a lot of synergies, and then we are strong together. They tried actually to divide us, and let's not. And they almost succeeded in Latin America. I think Africa was so much wiser to resist to that. I look at you, David. You know, when I remember your faces when this came into Africa, and it came in through influence from internationally when they wanted to divide these movements, and almost succeeded. I know Morocco had these very discussions very much, but now Rashida is among us here, is promoting agroecology. And the same in Senegal and so on. So it came really through the West a lot. But how much you resisted to that and how much you integrated that, I can only congratulate actually the movement here and say this is the right way to do. We should actually play the orchestra. Now there were some other questions, you know. Let me remember that one. let me remind that the policymakers, how they do react on it, I think, and why do they resist, and why do we don't get actually more support to that? That was actually the question there. And I agree, it's the mindset. The mindset is actually so important. And where do we change? They change. Probably we all have to change somewhere and go to actually towards our objectives. The world is moving, and we have made progress. We should continue that. We have to be insistent, persistent, and not take every discussion as the final battle. It's really a movement going on. Many people go on there. I believe really that we have a lot of evidence, but we need more. For example, FIBL plans to make a publication of a policy guidelines with some of the slides we have already shown. That will be published in January 24. It will be presented at Biofach. So the things go on, and we really do that. And I believe also we need more data. And I know that we're challenged on the question of the yield on the economic part, because that's the question that everybody has, whether they want to commit or not. But we will be there. And I feel the true cost accounting, that's a very important one. If there's going to true cost, if there's not false subsidized there, and then we will eventually succeed. We still have to overcome a lot. And policy work, it is overcoming interests. Policy makers, they are actually seeing who's stronger. I remember going to Ghana, and then they were very open, but we couldn't convince the policymaker, because administrative level was very easy because they could see the evidence, but the policymaker said, yeah, we are a balance of interests and powers, and you don't have the power yet. So we had to build the power there in Ghana and work on that level. So policy work is also power play, and we have to play this power play and come on with good science. Eventually, we will also succeed there. Remember, there was a lot of challenge about the climate change, whether it's real or not. For decades, people didn't believe it. Once the scientific evidence was there heavily enough, there's still climate change negators, but heavily enough, then we also could convince the mainstream that is there. And the same will happen also in the agriculture paradigm. I showed the slide how they already changed the messages, how they become more subtle, and I'm convinced that we are on good track there.
Okay, so thank you very much. I think in the interest of time, we need to take a break, and soon after that we shall have the track sessions. But I'll request just if there are any two burning questions, we wrap up. I know we've eaten into the time for the tea break, but two sharp burning questions, Jude and Madam Sarah. Please make them very short. Don't go into a lot of stories. We wish you had time. We'll listen, but very sharp. Go to your point. No explanation of your point of view, but just raise your question.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, David. I'm Jude Obi, the president of the Association of Organic Agriculture Practitioners of Nigeria. My first question to the point, you say that agriculture is the major problem and must provide major solution. And I wonder, there are other sectors that have immense effect on the planetary movement, so planetary distortion. Why is agriculture a culprit as we are trying to provide food to ourselves? Then, and secondly, the evidences you provided, they are good, but I think it becomes more important if we localize those evidences. Because, for instance, in Nigeria, if I present evidence from Bolivia, they will think that there's something wrong with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Jude. Last, Madam Sarah, over there. Raise your hand up so that she sees you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, David, the moderator, and the presenters. My question is to Marcus at the policy level, which I know that you have been able to respond to some of those questions, but mine
is regarding some of these agreements that are global, multilateral, and most of our countries have signed to them. I'm speaking in reference to the Stockholm Convention, which protects human health and also the environment. And when we come to human health, of course, here we are talking about food. I'm also referring to the Basel Convention, which says that these chemicals must be managed in an environmentally sound manner, and also disposal. When it comes to disposal, the country of origin should be the one, to dispose of those chemicals, but not to be dumped like we have stockpiles in this continent. And then the third one, of course, as you know, maybe is the Rotterdam Convention on prior informed consent with regard to trade in hazardous chemicals. In this particular case, I'm looking at DDT, which is still being used in Africa, in spite of the fact that it has been banned even in countries which produce them. They have a lot of reference, and relevance to agroecology. So I would have loved to see in your presentation some mention of this particular reference to these agreements, international agreements, in discussing their relevance, the relevance of these particular agreements, the three of them, in terms of agroecology. Because, with the environment, we are talking of biodiversity, we are talking of health. So what is your take on that one? Thank you.
Thank you. Over to Marcus. I think
thank you very much, and thank you, Sarah, for answering the first question partly. You referred to that, that was very nicely to see. I mean, to the first question, why agriculture, why food? You said it, health and nutrition. Actually, that's our core. That's our really what makes us. That's why that is so relevant. Of course, there are other sectors like energy, mining, transporting. I don't know what they are quite toxic. But we can say, I mean, depending on the figures, that about 40% of climate change is going back to the food systems. A whole, not only agriculture, but also how the way we market, the way we consume, all that included. So this is very, very relevant in that sense. And to be honest, I'm glad to work in a very relevant sector. I would hate to be in a sector that cannot contribute. Even if you're responsible for a lot, we can also have the opportunity to do a lot. And I think that's what we propose here. Sarah, I mean, you have a lot of knowledge about many of these conventions, and I really would like to learn also from you that you also share maybe all of those kind of references which have to be made here. Of course, there are many of these conventions. We need them, and I think there are not only this international convention which you mentioned, but there are also like a lot of statements from our sides, from our conferences, what we contribute there, and many ignore us, but many also use us. Many see us an opportunity, many don't. I think this is part of the movement that we are in, and I'm happy about every movement, because I think we need the farmers, the practice that is happening, that is like that's really, we see that moving with our stakeholders and up to the global level, and I think we find everywhere. I could make others like 4%, 4 per mil initiative and so on. There are many that use that, and yes, let's see that as a movement, and let's see it as an indicator of success.
Yeah, thank you very much. The three presenters who have walked us through the journey of looking at some of the global challenges and impacts affecting food systems, and particularly in Africa. Thank you for the business case demonstrated by Professor Dolo on the Nigerian case, and also the business ideology model that has been presented by Benview. We really appreciate your presentations, your insights, and we also appreciate the comments raised. I know you are raising your hand, but we have finished. I want to hand over to the moderator, to the secretary. I can take one? Oh, okay. Because she's... okay. I was only doing my part so that I hand over, but I am under them, so I'm well guided.
It's just all my life, which I've been within the organic movement, we have been pushing so hard with the farmers, and we have been very, very, very weak with the consumers. In our own national organization, we don't even have a consumer associations. We can learn from the likes of the Marcus, how we can pull them in so that they start saying, we don't want to be killed by the farmers. because we are trying to tell the farmers, remove the chemicals. And, but we are buying. And we're not telling the consumer that you are eating poison and get your act together and demand. If we don't demand, they will not change because we don't provide them the space. So these decades of thinking that they are guilty, they're not guilty. We have put them into that situation, like I said yesterday. We made them to believe that using chemicals is being advanced, and now we want to take them out. We are not going out there and confess the crime that we did to them, but we still think with all these different names which we are putting out that we will move them out. Help us to get this outcry from the consumers. Help us to get the consumers' outcry. We can do it in a business, but if the person who is consuming that is just doing it for fun or you have a little bit of money or what, we will not be moving ahead on that one. And let's try to come out with a strategy how we can get the consumers into demanding for the organic. The other thing, my dear friends, with all this wording that are coming around, we are feeling the organic is being buried. And we in Tanzania, we even have to struggle to have the word organic in the strategy. They wanted agroecology strategy. We say we need to put organic. If we leave that out, we don't have the market for the agroecology. We are talking about territorial markets. What is selling in agroecology? They are going to go into the PGS. So please, let us try to keep the organic word into it. I agree with Marcos. We can be regenerative. We can be anything. We were in the national conference and someone asked that. They say, stop confusing the farmers. We are fortunate in East Africa, we have a word, kilimo-hai, and that is the translation for agroecology, regenerative, permaculture, whatever, is kilimo-hai. So keep on using the word and then do what is necessary. What is very, very important is keep away the poison, keep away the chemicals in your farming, which is not coming out very loud within the agroecology, within the regenerative. See, you'll be allowed to use a little bit of that. What is a little bit? Who is measuring the little bit? So we should be firm. If this is an unallowed chemical, it's an unallowed. It should not be used. There is no debate on that one. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Matima. I think there are two persons in this room who have perfect answers for you. One is Venancia. She will work on the consumer. The other is Martin, working on the kilimo-hai label. So there is answers in the room for you, Matima.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. Dr. Matima always has something and very enriching. Thank you for that. And for sure, as you have said, we have tracks, there are sessions going on. There is the track for markets and trade. Yes. Oh. And also for policy. And that is where we need to delve a bit more into some of these issues. And we really see what we need to do, because some of the issues that have been brought up here are the issues of what is really significantly required to bring about the change that we want. And how do we really get the policymakers really take actions? It is true we've talked for a long time. And why the resistance? So let us discuss a bit more in our track sessions. We see what we can come up with, and we strategize on how we can implement the recommendations that we come up with. Esther Bett, you want to say something? We have 3 minutes to wind up, and then, yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Esther Bett. I'm one of the AfroNet directors, but I also work for an organization called Resources Oriented Initiative in Kenya. And Rodi, with another 3 organizations in Kenya, petitioned the Kenya government on toxic pesticides. We were able to identify the toxic pesticides, its effect on human life, the ones that cause cancer, the ones that cause hormonal imbalances, and a lot of challenges that we face that we are treating and we don't know their cost for biochemicals. We were able to identify the toxic ingredients in those pesticides. And the logo names they were using, and we were able to carry out a toxic pesticide campaign. We did documentaries, we wrote information, we shared with farmers, we went out to share with farmers, and as we speak today, 5 of those active ingredients have been removed from the chemicals in Kenya, but they are still accessing their way from Tanzania and Uganda. So even as we talk regional, as we talk country, as we fight these toxic pesticides, we need to create the same awareness across the board so that we know what harms us, what kills us, what destroys our soil, can be shared regionally and continentally so that as we talk to the control bodies that bring in these toxic pesticides, we are able to manage it. In Kenya, the toxic pesticides have increased by 300%. In 2010, we had about 2,000 to 3,000. Right now, we are doing 12,000. And the same active ingredients that have been banned in the West and northern countries are being manufactured by companies in Europe, in America, and being dumped in Africa. We are having farmers using chemicals that are supposed to be used for flowers, in tomatoes, and the fruits we eat, which are very toxic. So we also have to be very careful, and we have to monitor what is harmful and what should our farmers know. Because farmers will use what works for them. You'll find a farmer saying, I'm spraying this, I'm selling, I'm not spraying what I'm eating. But they get exposed when they spray. So it doesn't matter whether they eat it or not, but by applying it, they've already inhaled it and they've already touched it, and it's going to harm them.
Thank you very much, Esther. I hope some of these key messages are being captured by the team drafting the communique. I think it will be important we have that. So the last comment or question is coming from Sami.
Yeah, my name is Samuel Dongo from KOAN, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network. And I wanted to pick something with Marcus on SysCom. He showed a graph on the comparison between organic and conventional system. And he correctly mentioned that organic has high input costs, high labor costs, but higher returns, which is a bit interesting. And what I'm thinking about is that if we cannot be competitive in terms of the labor that you're using, the inputs that you're using, it means that what Dr. Matimba is talking about consumers, we have to create more value for the organic products because we have to have a better price. So I think it makes a lot of sense to talk about consumers, build an organic brand and create value for organic products so that we can sell our organic products at a slightly higher price so that we can still be competitive in the market. The other area we can think about, of course, because we know also organic has other benefits, like in improving soil carbon and other soil property benefits. We need to think about how do you utilize things like carbon credits so that farmers also benefit in that way if there is no benefit in terms of pricing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
A very quick one, and
seconds,
to further underscore the point put forward by Mama Mwatima. My name is Chariton Namuoza. I'm the Chief Executive of NOGAM, the National Organic Agriculture Movement of Uganda. I just want to make an appeal to everyone that is promoting agroecology or organic or regenerative and all the other forms of sustainable agriculture to be consistent in our messaging, especially when we are talking about inputs. The idea that agroecology and regenerative and the other forms tolerate synthetic chemicals is negatively impacting on the policymakers. And I made this point recently when we were drafting the National Agroecology Strategy, where one of the government officials said, you people, we have problems in the ministry, and for us, agroecology is good because it accommodates the use of some chemicals. And again, you could see that in Uganda, agroecology, the story of agroecology is not complete without mentioning organic. So how can you tolerate chemicals and at the same time you're saying we should have zero tolerance for chemicals in the organic sector? So it confuses, and I just wanted to underscore that point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chariton, for your point on messaging of the key points of action. Over to the presenters, if you want to make any comments, any reactions. You are done.
I think a lot has been said. Everybody's waiting for coffee, and let's respect that.
All right. All right, so let's appreciate the three presenters and all of us. Thank you very much, and hand over to the Secretariat for the conference to pick up from there.
Thank you very much, David. Asante sana. Okay, we have some more. We need to consult the plenary because of we have some more issue of the time it can take to split this room into the breakout session. The logistic of the hotel say it can take 1 hour, and we cannot lose 1 hour. So we would like before lunch, after coffee break, if we can have the two presentations, which was supposed to happen in the trucks, in the plenary. This is something we can discuss. We have a presentation from Asia, Dr. Tanver from all the way from Bangladesh, on how the experience of Asia on how to strengthen the NOAMs. This we can have in the plenary. And then we have a presentation from Khalid, Kelvin, on the new EU organic regulation. In case if we can have that after the coffee break, up to lunch, they can split this room during lunchtime, and then the trucks can walk after lunch, and if necessary, we can add some time for the trucks. Instead of 1 hour and a half, we can have 2 hours. So this is something we need to decide now. Let's consult Olubenga.
Thank you very much. I know we are trying to manage time, and then we also need to innovate, and consider what works. The major concern is not about those of us here. It's about those online. Basically, in Africa, this event covers 3 time zones. And then we need to manage this effectively. We're keeping people waiting. Some we have to keep on in their offices. Some are nursing parents. They have to consider when to go pick their children at school. So it's quite complex, and as much as possible, we have this program of event circulated already to the presenters. And it becomes a little bit tricky if we have, to keep changing. Yesterday we lost a lot of them that will have presented during the research track because the time changed, and then we need to see how best, to do this. And I also know that we also need to have a bit of compromise. We couldn't have the presentation of Dr. Tanvier, yesterday. And then maybe after this break, and then most of the presenters are also online, we can do it this way because it should be 50-50. Let's see, how we get things done. So I think that maybe after the tea break, just like it's been said, and I hope those online are also listening. We are appealing. Some of these changes are inevitable by reality of what is on ground. So especially for those online, please, you will have to bear with us, the slight changes. And so we will, maybe we'll listen to the presentations of the roundtable discussions, that should be in the evening and should come up, thereafter. Then we have during the lunch, and we hope that the 1 hour for lunch should be enough, for drawing, the partition, that I think maybe should be done in 10, 20 minutes. So that should be time, enough to draw the partitions, then maybe the other presentations, the tract, can still go and replace that of the roundtable in the evening. Exactly. Good.
I propose that you guys decide, you discuss and you decide, and let us know.
Yeah, we have decided. I think it's okay.
It's okay?
Yes,
Well, he's saying it's okay. We have an agreement. Yes, and the people who are online are also following us. This is a matter of just adapting our program to the reality. And then we thank you very much for your understanding and your flexibility. Let us have coffee and come back to listen to the 2 presentations for 1 hour before the lunch. And then after the lunch, we will go to the tracks. We thank you very much. Yes, the people online are also following us. We really apologize for the people online, and do your best also to adapt your program to this. Thank you very much. Most welcome. We will have a very successful conference.
Kwishimiye cyane kuba turi kumwe namwe mwemeye kwigomwa imirimo mufite ikomeye mukaza muri inama kugira ngo duteze imbere organic.
On behalf of the Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resources, Dr. Ildefonse Musafiri, it's my pleasure to welcome you to the 5th African Organic Conference in Kigali here in Rwanda.
This conference precedes the AU-planned Africa Fertilizer and Soil Health Summit. Organic agriculture can therefore provide a solution to the challenge facing the continent in accessing affordable fertilizers for increased productivity.
Our journey has not been without challenges. Your presence attests to the strength of our collective commitment. Together, we can achieve this transformative goal. Thank you.
We have a huge sustainable challenge. If we are not God, we have the chance to work with God's creation, with nature.
This has been also adopted at district and also local levels by farmers. And all this is increasing awareness about farmer-managed seed and agroecological innovations.
You find the smallholder farmers do not have a good market with good prices of their farm produce. Therefore, in the market, there is stiff competition, therefore making them not able to get good prices for them.
Most welcome. We will have a very successful conference.
Kwishimiye cyane kuba turi kumwe namwe mwemeye kwigomwa imirimo mufite ikomeye mukaza muri inama kugira ngo duteze imbere organic.
On behalf of the Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resources, Dr. Ildefonse Musafiri, it's my pleasure to welcome you to the 5th African Organic Conference in Kigali here in Rwanda.
This conference precedes the AU-planned Africa Fertilizer and Soil Health Summit. Organic agriculture can therefore provide a solution to the challenge facing the continent in accessing affordable fertilizers for increased productivity.
Our journey has not been without challenges. Your presence attests to the strength of our collective commitment. Together, we can achieve this transformative goal. Thank you.
We have a huge sustainable challenge. If we are not God, we have the chance to work with God's creation, with nature.
This has been also adopted at district and also local levels by farmers. And all this is increasing awareness about farmer-managed seed and agroecological innovations.
You find the smallholder farmers do not have a good market with good prices of their farm produce. Therefore, in the market, there is stiff competition, therefore making them not able to get good prices for them.
Most welcome. We will have a very successful conference.
Kwishimiye cyane kuba turi kumwe namwe mwemeye kwigomwa imirimo mufite ikomeye mukaza muri iyi nama kugira ngo duteze imbere organic.
On behalf of the Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resources, Dr. Iridefonse Musafiri, it's my pleasure to welcome you to the 5th African Organic Conference in Kigali here in Rwanda.
This conference precedes the AU-planned Africa Fertilizer and Soil Health Summits. Organic agriculture can therefore provide a solution to the challenge facing the continent in accessing affordable fertilizers for increased productivity.
Our journey has not been without challenges. Your presence attests to the strength of our collective commitment. Together, we can achieve this transformative goal. Thank you.
We have a huge sustainable challenge. If we are not God, we have the chance to work with God's creation, with nature.
This has been also adopted at district and also local levels by farmers. And all this is increasing awareness about farmer-managed seed and agroecological innovations.
You find the smallholder farmers do not have a good market with good prices of their farm produce. Therefore, in the market, there is stiff competition, therefore making them not able to get good prices for them.
In the heart of Africa, where natural beauty meets organic agriculture, the 5th African Organic Conference is coming to Marriott Hotel Kigali from the 12th to the 15th of December under the theme of strengthening resilient and sustainable food systems in Africa through organic agriculture. The conference will bring together regional and international brightest minds and visionaries to share their knowledge, experiences, and innovative solutions. Network with like-minded individuals, connect with industry leaders, and discover cutting-edge technologies and practices that are transforming the organic agriculture landscape. Don't miss this opportunity to be part of the organic revolution in Africa. For more information and to register, visit our website at www.africanorganicconference.net or call +250 792 012275. This conference is organized by the African Organic Network in partnership with the Rwanda Organic Agriculture Movement, African Union, Network of Organic Agriculture Research in Africa, Intercontinental Network of Organic Farmers Organizations, Ecological Organic Agriculture, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and other strategic partners. In the heart of Africa, where natural beauty meets organic agriculture, the 5th African Organic Conference is coming to Marriott Hotel Kigali from the 12th to the 15th of December under the theme of strengthening resilient and sustainable food systems in Africa through organic agriculture. The conference will bring together regional and international brightest minds and visionaries to share their knowledge, experiences, and innovative solutions. Network with like-minded individuals, connect with industry leaders, and discover cutting-edge technologies and practices that are transforming the organic agriculture landscape. Don't miss this opportunity to be part of the organic revolution in Africa. For more information and to register, visit our website at www.africanorganicconference.net or call +250 792 012275. This conference is organized by the African Organic Network in partnership with the Rwanda Organic Agriculture Movement, African Union, Network of Organic Agriculture Research in Africa, Intercontinental Network of Organic Farmers Organizations, Ecological Organic Agriculture, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and other strategic partners. In the heart of Africa, where natural beauty meets organic agriculture, the 5th African Organic Conference is coming to Marriott Hotel Kigali from the 12th to the 15th of December under the theme of strengthening resilient and sustainable food systems in Africa through organic agriculture. The conference will bring together regional and international brightest minds and visionaries to share their knowledge, experiences, and innovative solutions. Network with like-minded individuals, connect with industry leaders, and discover cutting-edge technologies and practices that are transforming the organic agriculture landscape. Don't miss this opportunity to be part of the organic revolution in Africa. For more information and to register, visit our website at www.africanorganicconference.net or call +250 792 012275. This conference is organized by the African Organic Network in partnership with the Rwanda Organic Agriculture Movement, African Union, Network of Organic Agriculture Research in Africa, Intercontinental Network of Organic Farmers Organizations, Ecological Organic Agriculture, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and other strategic partners. In the heart of Africa, where natural beauty meets organic agriculture, the 5th African Organic Conference is coming to Marriott Hotel Kigali from the 12th to the 15th of December under the theme of strengthening resilient and sustainable food systems in Africa through organic agriculture. The conference will bring together regional and international brightest minds and visionaries to share their knowledge, experiences, and innovative solutions. Network with like-minded individuals, connect with industry leaders, and discover cutting-edge technologies and practices that are transforming the organic agriculture landscape. Don't miss this opportunity to be part of the organic revolution in Africa. For more information and to register, visit our website at www.africanorganicconference.net or call +250 792 012275. This conference is organized by the African Organic Network in partnership with the Rwanda Organic Agriculture Movement, African Union, Network of Organic Agriculture Research in Africa, Intercontinental Network of Organic Farmers Organizations, Ecological Organic Agriculture, Kenya Organic Agriculture Network, and other strategic partners.
Most welcome. We will have a very successful conference.
Kwishimiye cyane kuba turi kumwe namwe mwemeye kwigomwa imirimo mufite ikomeye mukaza muri iyi nama kugira ngo duteze imbere organic.
On behalf of the Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resources, Dr. Iridefonse Musafiri, it's my pleasure to welcome you to the 5th African Organic Conference in Kigali here in Rwanda.
This conference precedes the AU-planned Africa Fertilizer and Soil Health Summits. Organic agriculture can therefore provide a solution to the challenge facing the continent in accessing affordable fertilizers for increased productivity.
Our journey has not been without challenges. Your presence attests to the strength of our collective commitment. Together we can achieve this transformative goal. Thank you.
We have a huge sustainable challenge. If we are not God, we have the chance to work with God's creation, with nature.
This has been also adopted at district and also local levels by farmers. And all this is increasing awareness about farmer-managed seed and agroecological innovations.
You find the smallholder farmers do not have a good market with good prices of their farm produce. Therefore, in the market, there is stiff competition, therefore making them not able to get good prices for them.
Most welcome. We will have a very successful conference.
Kwishimiye cyane kuba turi kumwe namwe mwemeye kwigomwa imirimo mufite ikomeye mukaza muri iyi nama kugira ngo duteze imbere organic.
On behalf of the Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resources, Dr. Iridefonse Musafiri, it's my pleasure to welcome you to the 5th African Organic Conference in Kigali here in Rwanda.
This conference precedes the AU-planned Africa Fertilizer and Soil Health Summits. Organic agriculture can therefore provide a solution to the challenge facing the continent in accessing affordable fertilizers for increased productivity.
Our journey has not been without challenges. Your presence attests to the strength of our collective commitment. Together, we can achieve this transformative goal. Thank you.
We have a huge sustainable challenge. If we are not God, we have the chance to work with God's creation, with nature.
This has been also adopted at district and also local levels by farmers. And all this is increasing awareness about farmer-managed seed and agroecological innovations.
You find the smallholder farmers do not have a good market with good prices of their farm produce. Therefore, in the market, there is stiff competition, therefore making them not able to get good prices for them.
In the heart of Africa, where natural beauty meets organic agriculture, the 5th African Organic Conference is coming to Marriott Hotel Kigali from the 12th to the 15th of December. Under the theme of strengthening resilient and sustainable food systems in Africa through organic agriculture, the conference will bring together regional and international brightest minds and visionaries to share their knowledge, experiences, and innovative solutions. Network with like-minded individuals, connect with industry leaders, and discover cutting-edge technologies and practices that are transforming the organic agriculture landscape. Don't miss this opportunity to be part of the organic revolution in Africa. For more information and to register, visit our website at www.africanorganicconference.net or call +250 792 012275. This conference is organized by the African Organic Network in partnership with the Rwanda Organic Agriculture Movement, African Union, Network of Organic Agriculture Research in Africa, Intercontinental Network of Organic Farmers Organizations, Ecological Organic Agriculture,
Waiting for you, we are starting. We are getting started.
apologize that the track we have to be pushed, until after lunch. Lunch during the events, so you have different time zones, so please, by
2 p.m.
2 p.m. in Rwanda, and that is 3 p.m. in the EAT, and then 1 p.m. in West Africa, and then from Togo to Senegal, that should be 12 noon. So please take note of that. So this time around, we are going to the roundtable discussions. We should have one yesterday, and we should have another one today. But in order to manage our time and the space well, we have brought them together now. And so this time is actually meant to be not so formal, discussion, but to generate input for interaction. And then beautifully, we have round tables here. You're sitting the tables around already. So they will make the presentations and we will discuss. Okay? So let's prepare our minds for such, and then let's also prepare to focus on the presentations and aligning issues with the presentations. Thank you. So I hand over to the co-chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lubenga. So now we are inviting the first presenter to take the floor.
Thank you so much. My name is Kelvin Maina. I'm working with COLID. I'm a project officer. And I'll be presenting about COLID, what COLID is doing in the industry, and also the new EU regulations, and our role, what we are playing towards compliance. So it will be a brief presentation of who we are and what we are doing, and how all of us can be able to collaborate and also take advantage of this particular resource from the European Union to be able to benefit. So in brief, COLID is a committee linking entrepreneurship, agriculture, and development. This is a not-for-profit association with members drawn from about 49 countries. And the main actors are drawn from public and the private sector. What we do is we develop tools and knowledge, we mobilize expertise and resources, and we provide capacity building through trainings and also technical assistance. We have a team of about 70 across 4 offices. We are also expanding to about 140 plus countries, but we have historic footprint in about 50 countries. The main mission is to facilitate implementation of activities, both directly and indirectly, towards the agricultural sector, and mainly, or in particular, horticulture. So we have been in operations in about 50 years. We just celebrated 50 years anniversary this month. And we have been implementing funded programs for about 20 years. We have about 1,500 support actions through about 12 programs that I'll mention just in a few. We are value chain focused. I'll not go into that now. But we have we provide learnings through our platforms, and I'll present that in the next few slides to come. So in terms of membership, we are looking at over 500 plus members drawn from about 49 countries. And the type of membership we are looking at is both active and associate. And we provide that link between public and also private sector towards compliance. But we present all the stakeholders along the value chain. So looking at our ecosystem, the main beneficiaries happen to be producers, processors, and also traders. But we work closely with all the other value chain actors and players, including international trade organizations, business member organizations, civil societies, amongst others. In terms of governance, we have a board of directors drawn from 50% ACP and 50% EU. So looking at the the programs, the main program I would want to reflect on here is the Fit for Market Plus program, but you also have other programs that are ongoing. Some are country-specific, including the Next Kenya program in Kenya, and other programs in the region. But looking at the Fit for Market Plus program, this is a 25 million euro program, 5 years, focusing on all the ACP countries. It started in December 2021. And we have been implementing it, and mainly it's focusing on horticulture direct and other value chains indirect. The main objective is actually to mitigate the negative impacts of COVID-19 by strengthening the sustainability of the ACP horticultural sector. So looking at the main or the overall objective, number one is to reduce poverty, increase on food security and nutrition, and also building fairer and also safer and sustainable agri-food sectors. So this program, to benefit, it's demand-driven, therefore private sector, BMOs, and other organizations have to apply for support, identify the key areas or the key challenges that they would want us to mitigate. Then we come in and analyze the needs and provide that particular support. So just a final one on that. We also have the Agri-Info. Through this particular program, which is again another program being implemented by COLID and funded by the European Union, it's a 7 million euro program, 5 years. And through this particular program, we provide a lot of information on the policies and regulation updates, amongst other key informations. And all this particular information is available on the COLID website. So looking at the tools, and I'll go quickly, on the COLID website, we have quite a number of tools that organizations can benefit from, including library regulations, amongst others. And these resources are available for free, and any organization can log in onto the platform, access the library with a lot of technical guides, brochures, market studies, and all this. We also have e-learning. We provide all the information on the changing market regulations and all this. Analytics, both on traces, on regulations, amongst traces, interceptions, amongst others. We also provide information on regulations. We also have self-assessment tools for organizations to be able to self-assess themselves towards compliance. And we provide comprehensive reports, both for the private sector and also for the public sector, on the key elements of sustainability and the key areas that they can be able to improve on. We also provide news, and we have a robust network that all the organizations and member partner beneficiaries can take advantage of. So looking at some tools and resources, focusing on organic market insights, we have a market study on organic fruits and vegetables, and it's available on both English and French. We also have a full study on the same, and also available on French. We also have a dashboard on organic fruit and vegetable trade, and this is all available on the COLID website through the analytics that I just mentioned. So all these tools and resources, organic production, they are available. We have an old guide that was produced in 2011. We also have a new guide on sustainable production of avocado, and other resources that are already available on the e-library, focusing on the discussion of today on organic. In terms of the new EU regulations, 2018-848, we know, of course, 2024 is the year of transition, and there are quite a number of challenges that came as a result of the more stringent requirements for group certification. This include, number one, the new concept of group certification, where the groups need to be, the group of operators shall be legal personality. There's the issue of the small farms above 5 hectares or so, or even the turnover of 25,000 euro. Then there's also the maximum 2,000 members per group of operators, composed of only members who are small farmers and commit to organic production. So looking at some of those, looking at also groups need to adapt and strengthen their internal control system, so ICS. So we know that there's a challenge around that. Then, of course, there's a stricter, more strict control because of the numbers of samples required, and also the cost of certification and compliance must be expected to increase considerably. So we are providing support around this towards compliance. There's also the study that is ongoing, and the global survey. It's available on the website, so that we can collect and feed the EU with more information on the challenges and the impact of the implementation of the new regulations, especially to the smallholder farmers. So it's still available up to 31st December 2023. We can log in and also provide our input in this survey on the impact of the new EU regulations, and we shall forward the same. The support that is offered by COLID to the organic sector include, number one, we have 4 different target groups. There's the conventional companies or cooperatives aiming for organic certification. There's organically certified companies, national organic agricultural movements, NOAMs, and also service providers or consultants and experts that you're working with on trainings and providing technical assistance. So in terms of training and technical assistance, we have different approaches. We have the digital. We also have collective physical trainings that you are providing. Then we also focus support on national organic agricultural movements, NOAMs, and also companies. So in terms of trainings, we have adapt your internal control system to the new EU regulations. That is a course that is also ongoing even as we speak. We have preparation for and attending a trade show. We are preparing our organizations for BioFAC, for example. So we have that particular training coming up in January, and also we have data collection because we know the role that data is playing towards compliance to the new organic regulations. We also have tailor-made action plans depending on the application for support, and this is dependent on individual case-by-case as per the organizations that are applying for this particular support. So we are able to tailor our support depending on the challenges that the organization is facing at that particular time, and even the organization as it evolves, then we can adapt the support that is required by these organizations. We also provide webinars in different languages towards adoption of the new EU regulations, and also providing information on what is the key challenges. We provide research and innovation support. We provide impact studies on changes of the EU regulations, and lobby and advocacy for partnership. So this is the final one. This is Organic African Pavilion, last year BioFAC. And I'll circulate my presentation so that you can be able to look at the video. So I want to stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And can you clap again for him, please? Thank you very much, Kelvin. So any question you have, you can hold it. We are going to listen to the second presentation, and then we will have a question, discussion, interaction, comment after the second presentation. So Tanvel, Dr. Tanvel from all the way from Bangladesh. Can you clap for him? He did a long, long journey to come here to share. You are welcome.
Hello, participants. Thank you very much. I'd like to give my thanks to the organizers to giving us opportunity to be here and to share IFOAM Asia some of the activities with you. I am the Director Policy and Strategy of IFOM Organization, and I am also the Ambassador of IFOM Organization International. So although it was asked to how actually IFOM Asia and the Africa region can work together and how we can exchange our views, so I thought it's better first if I say something about what actually IFOM Asia doing. So IFOM Asia actually approved as a regional body of IFOM Organization International in 2012, and it is legally registered in South Korea as a non-profit organization in 2013. So last year actually we celebrated our 10th anniversary, and presently we have 3 country offices in China, Philippines, and Bangladesh. And currently we have 20 member organizations from 16 countries and regions. Our main activities are policy advocacy, market and development, consumer awareness, research and development. We have some unique projects that I will explain later. One of the important things what we are doing, that working with the local governments. And we have a unique project, Asian Local Government for Organic Agriculture, we call it ALGOA. And presently 254 members from the local governments and municipalities from 18 countries are part of ALGOA. So if I say in brief that in our activities, we do conduct Organic Asia Congress every year. And last year we did conducted in Kukasuagan, Philippines. And the next one, it will be happening next March in Yangshan province in China. We also conduct ALGOA Summit every year. We have a very important activities on youth and women. We 2016, we formed Asian Organic Youth Forum. And every year we conduct different activities on youth-related program. For example, we conduct Youth Summit. Last year it was happened in, this year, September, it was happened in Taiwan, Valian province. And also we conducted masterclass training for the youth organic movement interspersons. And we already part of the Young Organics Global Network, YOGN. And by the way, I must have to mention that all of our Organic Asia Masterclass and other related programs, one of our friend here, Conrad, he is the main trainer actually in our programs. And also we are part of Global Alliance of Organic Districts. It is combined with European some of the countries and some of the Latin American countries. So it is a Global Alliance of Organic Districts. So here I can show you some of the images that we conducted in different ALGOA Summit, then Organic Asia Congress, Asia Organic Youth Forum, and this one, the latest one, the right side you can see, the lower right side, the World Organic Youth Forum in this year, September. These are the Organic Asia Congresses. So what we believe that research and innovation is one of the important part of organic agriculture. And for that reason, one of our main activities to collect the innovative cases from Asia. And 2020 December, actually, we published our first book on the innovative cases of organic agriculture in Asia, where 26 cases were included, production, related cases 8, marketing 4, certification 3, digital technology 1, policy 3, and community development 7. So it was published by University Bakare, Indonesia, and it was also included in the FAO Knowledge Hub. So you can get this book actually in the FAO Knowledge Hub. And this year we are also planning to publish the second volume. And this year we are not limited to only Asia, but we want to make it a global perspective. So we already have contact and some agreement with TP, Technology Innovation Platform of IFOM. Here the TP President Raymond is here. So we are actually working with TP to get the innovative cases around the world. And this upcoming book hopefully will be more cases rather than the first volume. The why actually we like to work with TP and ISOFAR and other research institute organization in the world, because if you look in the data that organic agriculture research fund is very limited, and overall agriculture research. So only 1% actually is spending for organic agriculture research. It is a very low amount of the funding which are actually spending for organic agriculture. And in the data of USDA and National Institute of Agriculture and Food Research Institute, it shows that across the region, the global, everywhere, the organic agriculture research is very low. There are another study, it was conducted by FIVL, and from the all region, we are collected information, and I was also one of the part of this study. Urs Nigle actually conducted the main researcher of this study, and we found that overall funding of organic research is less than 1% of the total agriculture research. And here you can see the different region, how much it is conducted. So it is very important that in Asia, Africa, Latin America, Europe, wherever, maybe Europe is a little bit higher amount of money spending for organic agriculture research, but overall it is not up to the mark. So my key points today's discussion is that how we can work together, what are the main issues. So in IFOM Asia, actually, we are now planning to develop one network that we call Education and Research on Organic Agriculture Development, EROAD. We want to connect with all the universities and the research organizations who are organizing organic agriculture in one platform so that we can utilize the resources and they can exchange their organic agriculture findings. So this is under process of establishing the EROAD. Second is very important is the advocacy and policy on organic agriculture, regardless of the region, either it is in Asia or Africa. I just came here from Dubai after attending the COP28. And what I seen, that organic agriculture actually not talked much in this COP28. It is very unfortunate, although our IFOM Organization International President Karen Mapusua and some key personnel were in the COP28, and despite of their all efforts, actually organic agriculture terminology is not placed in the main declaration on the food and farming systems. But agroecology and regenerative agriculture was talked a lot in the whole COP28. We have no reservation of agroecology and regenerative, but what we feel that we should not give up the terminology organic. If it is regenerative organic, it should not be any issue, but IFOM and IFOM Asia or IFOM Europe, whoever, we need to uphold the word organic itself. Otherwise, the word will be no more spoken by any of the places or any of the organization. And what another thing we observed, that the countries who join in the COP, they are not ready for initially the sustainable food system terminology. They just want to focus on the production. So I think all the regions, we need to work with the respective countries to understand and to convince them that what is the importance of sustainable agri-food systems for the coping with the climate change and other issues. Third, actually, as I mentioned, that IFORM-Asia, actually, we are very much focused on the youth and women. And also, we need to find out the entrepreneurship development programs. Not only their training, but also we need to show that how organic agriculture is profitable business for them if they engage in organic agriculture. So this issue also we need to address together. And we need to work together as a South-South collaboration for knowledge sharing and programs. Here I can show you one of the example of what I personally started a few years, quite long years back. That I learned this, you may know, this is the very simple technology, organic sack gardening technology. This is the photo of Kibera slum, Nairobi, Kenya. I know many of our Kenyan friends is here. And you know the organic sack gardening is very popular or very used in this Kibera slum. So I learned this technology and I tried to practice in Bangladesh, my area. Because in that place, 6 to 7 months underwater, and there is no actually place for growing the conventional way of vegetable production. So we actually teach almost 5,000 farmers at that time that how to grow the organic sack gardening. And it is not only for their commercial purpose, rather than it is the homestead food security purpose for their own nutrition and own vegetable production and consumption. And it was get very attention by the local peoples. And not only that unfavorable ecosystem, also this technology is getting popular in the urban agriculture. That is Dhaka Urban Food Security Movement project. It is getting very popular in many of the cities in Bangladesh. This is very simple technology, but we learn from Africa and adapt in Asia. And now in Asia, many of the countries actually using this sack gardening technology. So what I mean actually that technology or innovation has no limit. It is open. So we should learn one from another and introduce these innovations in our own perspective. So this is all about my presentation. This is very brief, but I want more collaboration with Africa and Asia. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tanvir. Right, I have been press-ganged into moderating the last 25 minutes of the session. My name is Konrad, for those who don't know me yet. Konrad Hauptfleisch, forget that part, but I'm from South Africa, now living and working from Germany. But I'm a proud South African. Yes, we have 25 minutes to interact, to discuss two great presentations, both talking about support from different angles, the one with co-lead supporting. Interestingly enough, I worked with co-lead many, many years ago in Zambia, did a PGS development program there that was supported by them. So a support organization working from Europe and then looking at the strength of research, collaboration and innovation in Asia. I think these are both wonderful ideas and concepts to look at. Before we start with the questions, I'm going to allow 2 questions to each, and then if there's time, I will do another 2 each, rather than 4 on one and 4 on the other, so 2 and 2. But before that, I would like to just ask Raymond Auerbach to come up and also say something that links very closely with what we are discussing now, support, research, knowledge and innovation. So Raymond, over to you.
Thanks very much, Conrad, and it's wonderful to be here, all of you. I just arrived at 7 o'clock this morning from South Africa, but essentially Prof. Benga asked me just to repeat very briefly my 2-minute welcoming that I gave online at one of our organization meetings, because he felt it was appropriate. I am the chair of NOARA, the Network of Organic Agricultural Research in Africa, and I am, as mentioned, the president of TIPI, working very closely with Tanvir. And so the things I wanted to say was just very briefly that this African Organic Congress will bring ecological organic agriculture in Africa together and is already doing that. NOARA and AfroNet will be expected to show accountability and transparency. And I think that is really important, that we as African organizations, we have to become more accountable and become more transparent. And I think Tanvir has shown us very clearly. I was just blown away. He says that IFOAM Asia has 220 members from 16 countries and regions. And all I can say is NOARA, AfroNet, we need to up our game. We've got a lot to learn from IFOAM Asia, I think. And I was there with Prof. Sekiewa and Prof. Benga at the Chinese at the first organic conference on drylands and deserts, and at the IFOAM Asia Innovation Summit in September. It was just amazing to see what is happening in Asia. So I really think we've got a lot to learn there. And then we've had, Tanvir has just come back from COP28. I think there has been some emphasis on food systems, but I think we've also seen how there can be a corporate takeover and how the voice of organics can be watered down, the voice of agroecology can be watered down. Petrochemical people will want to sell their products. And so we have to recognize that this is a reality. We have to work together as a group. And then, yet we are a force for Africa rising, and I think we're seeing that. And just finally, thanks to Jean-Marie and the organizing committee of this conference for bringing it together under very difficult circumstances. It's just been amazing that we are all here. So thank you very much, and I know you all feel very welcome already.
Thanks, Raymond. Good. So could I ask our two presenters to come and sit on the comfy chairs in the front? Co-lead and IFOAM Asia. And then we will start in the sequence of the presentations. We'll start with co-lead. I will allow 2 questions. There, we've already got one hand up. First question, yes?
Thank you very much, Conrad, and thank you, presenters, for the wonderful presentations. My name is Francis Nsanga, and I work with BioVision Africa Trust on the project Knowledge Center for Organic Agriculture in Africa, Eastern Africa Hub. One of the challenges that we've had as a sector is a lot of knowledge that is scattered. And this project is trying to create a solution to bring together the knowledge that will help us in this sector. My question to you, my brother from COLID, how are these tools that you talked about developed? How are they tested and validated? I ask this question because contextualization is key, because what works in Rwanda might not work in Ghana. And same question, just part B of that question is, do you look at utilization? Do you track utilization of the tools? Who is using the tools? What tools are they getting out of your platform? And where are they coming from? Are they coming from Cameroon? Are they coming from Nigeria? Or are they actually coming from Kigali? We need to learn from you because we launched our platform last October and we want to be part of a big solution. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Right, one more. One more. Ah, there we go, right in the back.
Okay. Bonjour, moi je m'appelle Anani Kombe. Je suis le président de l'Association nationale pour l'agriculture biologique au Togo. J'ai une question pour le monsieur qui a fait la présentation sur la Chine. J'ai vu dans la présentation qu'il parlait de 3 certifications, mais j'aimerais bien savoir quel type de certification. Est-ce qu'il parle des organismes de certification ou bien c'est des standards de certification? Et maintenant, je sais que la Chine a un standard sur l'agriculture biologique. J'aimerais savoir si ce standard, c'est les produits issus de cette certification sont vendus uniquement en Chine ou bien d'autres pays aussi peuvent en bénéficier, en tout cas se soumettre à cette certification pour pouvoir pénétrer le marché bio-chinois. Merci.
Thank you very much. I only realize now that there's translation equipment at the back, so unfortunately I think most of us have not understood the question, so we would like a very quick translation given by Jean-Marie. Merci, mon frère.
Thank you very much, Conrad. He's the president of the Organic Agriculture Movement of Togo, and then his question is about the case of China, where they talked about 3 types of standard or certification. So, and he would like to have more detail on those standards. Is it about the certification body or what kind of standard? So he needs more clarification. Thank you very much, my brother. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Right, we get the 2 first questions.
Thank you so much. Very important questions that are coming from the plenary. So thank you, Francis, from Vision. In terms of the first question on knowledge, it's very important for all of us here to work together to provide this particular knowledge that is required, very much required, especially by the producer groups, the companies, and all the actors actually and stakeholders in the industry. So looking at the resources that are available on COLID's website, this is an open source. Therefore, anyone can register and can take advantage of the resources there. We have digital resources that one can be able to follow at their own pace, self-paced. We also provide collective distance training where organizations, relevant people can log into the system. And these are tutored trainings that are offered periodically. And you can also be able to follow through. We also provide physical trainings. Depending on the needs, we bring companies together so that they can be tutored by an expert in the industry on the different topics. So the first question was, are the tools available there tested and validated? Yes, they are tested, they are validated. And we have a training department, we have a research and innovation department that can shed much more light on the validation process and up to what point those particular resources are useful in the industry. Do we track utilization of these tools and resources? Yes. We're able to see who logged into the system, which kind of topics were they concerned about, how long were they on these particular tools. We have analytics on all these. Where are they coming from? As mentioned earlier, we have presence in about 49 countries. So the members drawn from these particular countries can be able to already log into the system and be able to but mainly ACP countries, but the system is cutting across because it's available online. But we provide support for the ACP countries and also markets from the other side, the EU side. We have an organic working group that is also very active and has much more information. Just for your information, I'm providing support mainly to the private sector. So for the public sector, I can refer all the questions to the organic working group, and they can give the insights, the numbers, as they are required. The question from Anan of Togo, I did not get the question.
Jean-Marie gave us a quick translation. Did you listen to Jean-Marie's?
I'm being informed it was not meant for me.
The question is for the second presentation. Okay. So it's. I hope you remembered what he asked. I did not make my notes. Otherwise, we'll have to put the headphones on and listen again. So there was then actually only one question for you. Then we can go over to Tanvir. I just wanted to say about, yes, IFORM Asia and this cross-pollination innovation that came from Africa, went to Asia, and then replicated over there. I think it's one of the things that Tanvir has done in Bangladesh. It was truly amazing to see how this was adapted and adopted very much. And this idea of being able to support such a diverse sector so effectively, I think there's a lot that we can learn from that. So, Tanvir, maybe you can share some thoughts.
So, Conrad, he has to repeat and then he put handset for translation? Or how?
No, whatever. I understand the question is about the China standard issue. There are different standards, right? But I think tomorrow, our China director, IFORM Asia director, Mr. Li Feng, he will give one presentation about how the China is doing their advancement of organic agriculture, government policy, standard, and all these things. So I think Li Feng is the right person to answer the China standard policy and the different issues. So I will pass your questions to Li Feng, and hopefully Li Feng can answer your queries. Yeah.
Okay, I hope that helps. Yeah, so we will have from the horse's mouth, as they say, tomorrow, some answers on and clarity from China. Okay, so we had 1-1. So I will allow again another one for co-lead and another one for IFORM Asia. Yes, over there and over here.
Okay, hello. My name is Martin Joroge from Kenya, the Kenya Organic Agriculture Network. My question is to Colliard. Since are you actively tracking global shifts in organic trade policy? Particularly, we find that the new EU standards are quite something to work towards because they are quite significant in their changes. As well, we are still finding some other standards like the USDA NOP. We are finding that there's some pushback, especially along the group certifications. What are your comments on that? And what other changes do you anticipate when it comes to global organic trade? Thank you.
Okay, I think that question is clear. And then maybe we take Marcus's question, and then we see how we do on time after that.
Okay, now, my question goes actually to Tanvir and to Josephine. You are AfroNet organizer of this conference, and IFORM Asia, they're somehow quite similar in terms of nature of the organization, so what you do. So my question is really, maybe Tanvir, 2 or 3 key points in your 10 years of history. What do you think is actually very interesting for AfroNet in your experience? What kind of key messages do you have to AfroNet, and to AfroNet maybe what kind of key messages do you have to IFORM Asia? What could they learn from you, since Tanvir stressed the South exchange, and maybe we can have 2 or 3 points from each side.
Thank you for that. Yes, okay. Over to you. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Martin and Joroge, for that particular question. In terms of tracking the global trade or global shipping, we are doing that. And through the website, you're also providing what we call RASIF, that is the Rapid Alert System for food and feed, and also notifications on issues to do with interceptions, exceedance of MRLs, and all this. So indeed, yes, we are tracking the volumes, and we share that particular information through the Agri-Info. It's actually, again, available as an open source on the website. The question of USDA NOP and the pushback on the group certification, I don't want to, I said I'm not the authority in terms of the organic, so I don't want to pick this question, but I want to push it to the organic working group, and indeed they are going to respond to you. And also on the second question on changes on the global organic trade, what to expect. Thank you.
Yes, this topic, thank you very much. This topic of the new EU regulation, I think it is one that is extremely critical. I did a training last year, online training for 8 African regions on the new regulation, and again now in Rwanda. And I realize that even at this late stage, where people will have to be certified under the new regulation in 2024, which is around the corner, people are still quite unaware of the ramifications of this new regulation and also the reasons behind it. It's not the time now to go into that topic. Maybe it becomes a topic for discussion somewhere, but it is, it would be really good to get from as many sources as possible input on that, because it is critical, especially for the groups. So thank you for that. Then over to Tanvir to make a few points, and then we actually also going on to the floor for that.
Yeah, thank you so much, Marcus. Actually, I don't have enough information from Africa, but what I feel that in Asia, one of our main problem is most of the highly developing countries in Asia, like Japan, China, Korea, those are the countries actually very much, mostly organic drivers country, if we say. But the other countries, we are really struggling to convince the governments. In terms of many governments are very much concerned about the food security if we adopt in the organic agriculture. So on the other hand, if I see many of the African countries actually, you are very much succeeded in terms of organic agriculture programs. And I do believe the governments also very much supportive. So I think we can learn that what initiatives you have taken to convince your governments and how actually it works in your place. So this is one of the things I find very interesting. And the second thing is the youth exchange programs, because youth actually now all over the globe, they are the main driver actually. And if we find the good opportunities, business models for youths and exchange the views one to another, I think that will be could be very successful between the Afronet and IFOM Asia. And third, and the most, I think, important is the research and innovation, that despite of our limitation of resources, we should work together and utilize our resources in the best way for the exchange of innovations and the knowledge transfer. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanvir. Yes, a short comment on that. Having worked on both sides, I can tell you that there really is space and opportunity to learn both ways and to share knowledge both ways and to create these linkages, because so many countries in Asia are also in the so-called global south. They have similar challenges. They might have different climates, but people are people, and people's needs and requirements in the issues of bread and butter survival can be very, very similar, and I think we can learn a lot. So thanks, Tanvir, and we've got a few minutes left. Yes, to go, there's one more, we'll take one more question, but first get Janet to give us some thoughts.
Not Janet, Josephine.
Sorry, Josephine, my mistake.
Okay. Thank you. What can we do together with Asian? We can do a lot. First thing is sharing experiences, you know. Even if organic is something that is based on the adapted context, but there's still a lot to share as experiences, as practices. We need to learn more about what is going around in Asia, and for strengthening capacities of farmers, for women and youths, what is going, because technology innovations sometimes are different but could be adapted in the African context and different contexts. So we need to share experiences to strengthen capacities of farmers. Secondly, we need experiences on policies. What is going on there? How could they help us to more be convincing and also supportive, because you have national level, but you have regional level, but also international level, where we can be in synergy, in solidarity regarding even like COPs and all those conventions that are taken internationally. We can be together and put our energy together. We need also to consider the creativity of youths and women of both continents and see how we can work together so that we can come with more energy in organic movement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Tanvir, you want to add something?
No, I just like to respond to Janet. Thank you so much for your kind advice and recommendation.
Josephine.
Huh?
Josephine.
We both met with Josephine. We will never forget.
You came in the morning, so I can understand you.
So what I actually wanted to say that unfortunately the Organic World Congress, it should be in Tunisia in 2024, but it was not happening. Although actually Asia we actually very much interested to if the Organic World Congress happens in Africa. But what we can do in future, maybe Afronet and IFOM-Asia, we can discuss and make one conference, Afro-Asia conference, for example, can be held in Asia or Africa, whatever suitable place, and we can exchange our scientific knowledges so that we can have different track on trade, science, and the farmers exchange. So maybe that can be one of the consideration. Thank you.
Afro-Asia Conference, I like it. I like the sound of that already. Yes. Okay, we are, in 2 minutes, we will be out of time. We are all hungry. We've had a wonderful morning with a lot of information, some roots for some more deeper discussion. We know that the best discussions always happen around the lunch table. So with that, I would like to thank our two presenters. And I would like to end it there. I think it's been a great morning, and enjoy your lunch. How long is the lunch? 1 hour. Yes. That's the time they will need to split the room. Okay, so in 1 hour we will see you again. Jean-Marie, you want to finish off with something? Yes.
Thank you very much. Can you clap for our presenters, please, again? So I have a few points to communicate. The first one is about the trucks. We would like to request the truck leaders, because we will go to trucks session after lunch from 2 p.m. All truck leaders, make sure you have rapporteurs. We need a report from each truck. So truck number 1 is led by Inofo, Farmers and Seeds. Number 2 is research is led by Noara. And number 3 is trade and the exhibition led by Cowan in collaboration with the ROAM. And the last one is led by, on policy is led by EOA Secretariat. So appoint rapporteurs and they make sure that we have a report. So we use the same meeting rooms as yesterday. Track leaders, track number 3 on trade and exhibition will be this part, because of this room will be split it into 3. In the middle here, we'll have a Inofo with the farmers truck. And the policy truck will use the same as yesterday, number 3. And for research, they will use the same they used yesterday down. Thank you very much. So, and then other things that on day 3, tomorrow, the plenary session, we will change the venue. We will communicate to you at your arrival. We will have another meeting room for logistic reasons. This, the organizers, local organizers will communicate to you. It is also important to keep in mind for members of Afronet, the General Assembly will not happen in afternoon. It will happen on Friday morning. So if you need more, I can request you to require detail from the chairperson at Tanganga, Josephine, she's here, and also Chitalu. Is Chitalu in the room so that people can see him? Okay, we will, okay, or Chitalu, okay. And then my last point to communicate is that on Friday or during evening, we have some recommendation or information where you can visit in Kigali. This town is very beautiful, it's clean, green, and secure. So you need to enjoy Kigali. So at the reception, we have a QR code provided by Rwanda Convention Bureau. When you scan it, you have all information in the list where you can visit, which restaurant, which pub, well, a lot of information. And in case you may need more, we are here to guide you and to provide you so that you stay in Kigali can be very wonderful and unforgettable. Thank you very much. Et bon appétit. Enjoy your food. You will get coupons at this as yesterday. They show the organizer, local organizing committee displayed the coupon for the lunch, the same place as yesterday. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Most welcome. We will have a very successful conference.
Kwishimiye cyane kuba turi kumwe namwe mwemeye kwigomwa imirimo mufite ikomeye mukaza muri iyi nama kugira ngo duteze imbere organic.
On behalf of the Minister of Agriculture
Excuse
and
me.
Resources,
This is an announcement for those from South.
It's my pleasure to welcome you.
Bring all our efforts together. At the Knowledge Hub for Organic Agriculture in Eastern Africa, we are building a community of practice. And I know that at Inofo, you're doing the same. I know that other initiatives like COLEAD, like CABI, they are all building communities of practice. But are these nodes connected? That's a big question. And if they are not connected, what is the strategy? We shall come back and just speak about what we've done in our corners, and we are not effectively getting connected. And that will remain a challenge, and we shall not be seeing and getting the big picture. Yes, thank you, Busi.
Thank you, Francis. You're talking as an organic farmer, really? Because really we're talking collaboration, connections, networking in organic farming, in agroecology. There's the question, and I think the answer then would be feeding into the way forward that we'll be hearing at the end of the conference. So as he has posed it to the room, it's not me who has to answer that. As he said, in our little corners, there are things that we do. We really work in silos, which does not serve any purpose. And he said it correctly that we would have been flown here, which is not cost effective, and we need to have value for money. At the end of the day, somebody got into the pocket to be here, and then for what reason? So I'm going to throw it to the floor to come up with strategies, and I hope we have a scribe, because then again, if we say these things and they are not written down, then they will be useless. So can Margaret please, in the meantime, be our scribe for the input? Not for now, just for now. Any hand to answer? Francis, please. Inofo, can you first take the lead? What is the strategy after this, now that we gathered here? Are we gathered here for fun? Or are we having something at the end that we want to accomplish? If yes, then what?
My name is Nana Kwawa Adams, an Inofo Global Council member. I think we are all here on one purpose. That is when you listen to Inufo, our song, that no farmer, no food. We are all here because of what we eat. And not that we are going to eat alone. We are going to eat to be a healthy people. That's why we are all here. And I think it's also good and better for us to go back and then start thinking. It's not only here alone, but when we go back, we try to map our strategies and then also look at the relevant stakeholders we can collaborate with, and then together we can all build Africa and the global food systems to enhance our economies and also get good food to eat. So maybe I'll end here, and some of my colleagues will also add. So I think now that we are here, we can get contact with friends and neighbors so that behind the scenes, we can still collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nana. So that's the suggestion, that we have a database of organizations that are here. We take the contacts, and then luckily now COVID taught us something. We can even meet now virtually wherever we are.
Thank you. Mose Rogers from Uganda. He asked a very pertinent question. As farmers, we believe in practicals, because action speaks louder. Who has a paper like mine? You can carry up. If you don't have, you can share with your friend. Put 1 or 2 responses. Ask, yes. Asked, then we shall hand over to you, because Enough so far is doing something that we discussed, and so far action points are being reached. So we can buy, why do we innovate? We can buy a leaf from that, and we write on our papers, then we share, because responses vary depending on the experience and approach. That is my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Rogers. I guess now he's seconding what Nana was saying. And because I wanted it to be coordinated, so we give the names to Margaret. There's Margaret. The responses for organizations, then we give Margaret the names, and then after this, once the names are given, then out of the names, then we choose somebody who will be coordinating, such that then if we have to have a meeting after this, when, and then meeting with those and how. I don't know if we've answered you, Francis.
Thank you, Busi. I think I just want to say it is in line with what we should do. And thank you, Nana. You mentioned, mapping of the partners. I think that is key. It's very important that we map out who are the partners that are doing this work. And then after that, we need to meet, even if it is virtually, and even if it is once a quarter or biannually, it's worth it to know how to strategize forward. So the idea of having a database with the partners that are in this sector is very important. And we also get those now representatives of the different organizations, different platforms, so that we have at least one meeting per quarter to lay strategies on how we can make a formidable, effective community of practice across the continent. I mean, I have nodes in Tharaka. Where is Makanya? Yes. I have nodes in Tharaka Nithi. Makanya is here. I have nodes in Mwanga. Mwanga in Tanzania. We have nodes there for this platform. We have nodes in Kampala. We have nodes here in Kigali. And we have nodes all over. So how do we connect these nodes to what Inofo is doing, to what all the other partners are doing? So We need to map out the partners, make a database, and at least meet, even if it's virtually, once a quarter. It will be very, very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow, farmers are prompt, ne? Okay. And as he has just said, and we can just keep that our secret, ne?
Hello, can I talk? Yes. Yeah, I wanted to support what Francis said, that we register ourselves so that we are all in that database, and then we can even go deeper. We can divide ourselves like in Kenya, how many are members in South Africa, so that we can, in the future, we can be talking of country notes. But let's move slowly. I really support this idea of Inofo. You also know it, that I support it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I was saying, we will keep this our secret until the last day, when now we have to be giving the inputs of way forward. And we're not in our farms, Mosanditi, now, because it is said you can't keep a secret in the farm. Do you know why? Do you know why we can't keep secrets in the farm? Who can tell me why farmers cannot keep secrets in the farm, but they can maybe keep them outside their farms? Yeah?
Farmers have no secrets in the farm, because to be openness is a #1 fertilizer. #2 fertilizer is a shadow of a farmer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What else? For me, I would have answered to say I cannot keep a secret in my farm because potatoes have got eyes and corns have got ears. So that's why I cannot keep secrets. And then Mr. From Zambia, yeah, he says openness then, because we have to be open, because that is the organic fertilizer. You have to share information. Yes, and that is coming from when Francis also was asking, what do we do after this? So what he has said, it's sharing of information. We're not ready yet, ne? Okay. Any other question? So the first one we've answered. We've got a solution to that. Any other burning question? Yesterday there was a lady who wanted to say something, and we were to leave the room, and then we said we will look at that today. I don't know if she's in the room. Oh.
Yeah, I wanted to say something about the issue of farming, especially having our harvest. You know, it's just an idea that I want to bring out. I don't know whether people like it, and I know that some of you like it. Because when we harvest corn, you see, the leaf, when you harvest your corn, or let's say egusi, you say you remove the egusi and you throw the hard chaff. I want to inform farmers that those things, you should not throw them away. They are very, very important. We'll put it in use. I've brought some material outside here, which you can see where we use the corn leaf, we use the egusi leaf, we use the egusi hard bag, we use the granite hard bag, we use everything concerning farm is being used there. So when you use such thing, don't throw it away. Keep it aside, and you will use it for decoration. I've brought some here. It's outside there. I can bring it for you people to see it. What farmers are doing. We put our head together to come out with that design, and people love it so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we clap hands? Because that is information sharing. We're not supposed to be selfish as farmers. We share information so that we can all benefit. You know that farmers don't keep time, but their animals in the farms, they do keep time. We're late even now, but because it's not our making, it's due to the time that was scheduled and things are not going right. Who knows what animal keeps time at their farm?
I think goat and chicken, they do keep time, because for chicken, early in the morning, they go out from the house, and by 6, they go back into the house, so they know how to keep time.
And they are the ones that at midnight or in the morning, they do those sounds that say, it's morning today. Doesn't a watchdog keep time at the farm? Wow. Okay, you can go in front and then show them. Okay.
Just relating to what I was just telling you people, if you look at this design, everything here is being made by the farm. Here is egusi peels that we've taken to make this design. Then here is granite peel inside. We take to, then you have calabash made by us, and then you have the peeling of the corn, the back of the corn. This is how you take to decorate it. And then this is the peel of the corn itself, here like this. Then you have the corn stick here. And then you have the corn flour here. This is what we've taken to do it. And then you see all the decoration here is being used, is all their farmers' work. So don't throw any of your material. Try to put it in use. Yes. Yes, put it in use. Very beautiful. Thank you so much. So that when you, this design, you can, when you get it to put it in your house, somebody just come into your house and you always like to admire the design.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, that was fruitful. We can also speak to her for more clarity because the session is ready now. We have already said good afternoon, farmers, and welcome to the second session of the Farmers Track. And now we are continuing with our program, and we were welcoming in front our first speaker, Mr. Serge Libaho, who is from Rwandan Organic Agricultural Movement and in the LOC. Yes, over to you, Serge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. LOC's Local Organizing Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed farmers, distinguished guests, advocate of sustainable organic agriculture, good afternoon. It is with great pleasure and enthusiasm that I stand before you today to welcome you to the second day of this significant gathering in Farmers Track of the 5th All-African Organic Conference. Your presence here underscores your commitment to the future of farming, the environment, the health and well-being of our communities. As we embark on this journey together, exploring the realms of organic agriculture, we find ourselves at the intersection of tradition and innovation with a shared vision for a healthier, more sustainable world. The challenges we face in modern agriculture are complex, but so are the opportunities for positive change. Today, we come together not as individuals, but as a community dedicated to fostering a harmonious relationship between nature and farming practices. Organic agriculture is not merely a farming method. It is a philosophy that respects the intricate balance of ecosystems, prioritize soil health, and prioritize the well-being of all living organisms. In a world where the impact of human activity on the environment is more pronounced than ever, organic farming stands as a beacon of hope, a beacon that reminds us that our choices together shape the world we live for future generations. Throughout this conference, we have the privilege of hearing from experts, pioneers, and fellow farmers who embraced the principles of organic agriculture. Together, we will delve into discussions about sustainable practices, the research, the innovative approaches that can further propel us together towards a more regenerative and resilient agricultural future. As we engage in a dialogue, let not forget that each of us plays a crucial role in this collective effort. Whether you are a seasoned farmer, a researcher, a policymaker, or an advocate, your contribution are vital to the success of our shared vision. I encourage you to embrace this conference as a platform for learning, sharing experiences, and building connections that will endure beyond these walls. Together, let us sow the seeds of knowledge and cultivate a future where organic agriculture thrives, sustains both the land and those who cultivate it. I would like to thank you for being part of this inspiring journey, and I wish you all a fruitful session. Organic, we care. Go organic, save the planet. Thank you very much.
Can we also again give a round of applause to our host, Rowan, the local organizing committee member. We will now, without wasting time, if we look at our programs, as you know, the times have been changed. Now we will be looking at the virtual presentations that are going to be done by 3 farmers that are not physical with us. So in your programs, the first one will be from the organization ABOFA. The name is Takil Ezekiel Paul from Ghana. And you will be speaking about agroecological farming practices and alternative livelihood options for the smallholder farmer in organic food production. Thank you. Over to you, Takil.
Tachik, can you hear us? Good. We can see you. We introduced you already, so over to you. And we cannot hear you. Are you muted? Is it off?
Hello, can you hear me now? Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Good. It's good to have all of you. I'm trying to share my screen. I think the host has to let me in. Hi. Okay. Please, can you all see?
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Techi Ezekiel Paul. I'm a farmer, a member of ABOFAP, a community-based extension agent from Ghana, West Africa. These are my email address and my contact number if you want to reach me out. So the theme for this year, OAC, as we all know, strengthening resilience and sustainable food system in Africa through organic agriculture. I also chose my theme on agroecological farming practices, alternative livelihood option for the smallholder organic food production. And in Ghana, West Africa, where we are now, we've been working hand in hand with farmers. Bruno Organic Farmer project, initially it was project, but as members keep on increasing, we move from project to an association based on the number of people we have currently. As a farmer and as a trainer, I've been helping out in both the groundwork and at the office as well. So organic agriculture has recently gained many attention, generally public, by achieving more economic and reliable yields, quality safe food, environmental protection. In Ghana, several stakeholders have also worked around the clock to promote and strengthen organic agriculture. In our language, we call it sankofa. That means go back and take what the ancestors has left, that we are adopting new practices. So we need to go back and visit those practices. In the short term, organic agriculture has also been using natural methods to keep the soil fertile and crops and livestock healthy. So as the farmer feed the soil, most of the droppings that is picked from the livestock are also used in repairing the soil. In modern farming, much effort goes in bringing fertilizers and animal feed from outside the farm instead of making full use of the one we found in the farm. Expensive chemicals, fertilizers, sprayers, vaccines, medicine are also used, etc., etc. So inorganically, people are going in for a lot of vaccines to actually treat their crops and animals, which is not the best. In this way, we are also looking at certification of organic production method, an increasingly important aspect of the international trade on organic products. Standards have also been developed by private association entities, members to use the respective association, organization, brand, and guarantee labels when marketing their products. So farmers who really want to go into organic farming has to be satisfied, and they need to also actually have a label so that we can do traceability if their product is really genuine and is organic. So as a group, we've been trying to feed the soil with the 18 days hot compost that we prepare, because most of the compost takes longer. But with this 18 days compost, only get ready at the 18-day target. So we use soft leaves, things that usually rot very fast in producing the compost. So as the farmer prepare the soil and is thinking of using compost, then you time yourself depending on the number of hectares or acres you want to actually go into. Then you go about using the compost. Some people say compost cannot be used on large quantity, but we are not talking about large quantity here. We are looking at the area that the farmer thinks this compost can actually feed on. Once you target one side, the next year you target the other side, because compost actually takes years to actually work on the soil. So it's not chemical fertilizer that work very fast. It takes time. So once you use for the first year, the second year, that you see the improvement on the soil health. Few also complain of not having land to do organic farming, and I'm encouraging those living in the cities, in towns, that if only you're interested in going organic, you can actually go elsewhere to get soil, bring it back to your garden, you get back to your backyard, back to your house, use the sacks and actually make your tomatoes, any of the vegetables you want to do is feasible. So you can also do that at your house. Organic food production is one of the key areas we are looking at. And as we are all trying to eat healthy and also feed the soil, our life depends on everything that we do. The day-to-day activity of our life depends on what we are doing now. And it also depends on what we are using to feed the soil and what we are consuming. So we go organically and we plant things that you can manage. There are a few ways of treating pests and diseases that comes into our crops using most of the methods that we have. Sometimes we do planting of different crops, the same plot. So the insects that feed on tomatoes eventually will not feed on some of the beans. Once they feed on the tomatoes, they move to the beans, they are not interested in the beans. They move to cabbage, they are not interested in cabbage, then they go back. These are natural methods of controlling pests and diseases in the farm, and it works very effective. What you are seeing as a flower is also a pest repellent. And I just harvest one of my tomatoes, as you see there. Our boss also has a cabbage farm that we visited, and it looks so very nice. We are also looking at the adoption of the agroecological method, and we are blending this with the seed nursery establishment. With regards to this, the farmer make extra money in producing seeds, not just seeds alone, but he produces himself some of the seeds, and whilst he's selling, he's making money. I'm making this presentation right now in my farm. I have an organic banana farm. That is where I am right now. And as you see, the farmer makes all this money through planting banana, planting cocoa, planting yam at the same plot where several of these activities can be carried out. The reason is if you are adopting the synthetic approach, it really doesn't feed the soil. It has effect on the land, and it has effect on several crops that you are planting at the same time, at the same area. So for you to choose organic, you need to look at the soil and treat the soil very well so that you can feed the soil as well. We've been organizing indigenous seed fair for our women groups, our youth groups, and we have a seed bank where we are storing indigenous seeds so that seeds can be exchanged between members and between groups and between the communities. So now we also do seed fair, and we also show some of the seeds that we've been producing, mostly in the Farmers' Day, for people to witness, because most of the indigenous seeds actually distinct from our system now. And even the method of preparing these indigenous seeds, making them food, is also another challenge because the youth that are coming don't even know how to prepare them. So we showcase all these things for the women and the youth to learn, and once they learn, they transfer the knowledge to get unborn children that are coming. We do a lot of vegetables that, like said, this is my pineapple farm. We visit my boss farm. He has a big mango farm. We do storage of cereals so that we can have better pricing for our members. Storage is very key in terms of organic food production because we try to help the farmer to get better price. Competing with those who are not going organic is not the best, but we try our own way to make sure that everything that they are producing in their respective field, they can benefit more from that. some of the tomatoes that we harvested. We are also looking at the livelihood options where farmer can also adopt beekeeping. This help and it goes a long way preventing bushfires, because most of the farmers will love to keep their bees and will have honey in abundance, preventing them from setting fire into the bush. Snail rearing is also very lucrative business that you can also go into. There are other alternative livelihood options if you want to adopt them as an additional income to the organic farmer. So the benefit to the farmer, we are looking at human and social value, protecting and improving the equity of social well-being, essential for sustaining food and agriculture systems. We're also looking at culture and food traditions by supporting healthy, diversifying, and cultural appropriate diet. Agroecology contributes to food security and nutrition while maintaining the health of the ecosystem. Enhance resilience of people by reducing the dependence of external input. Agroecology can reduce and produce vulnerability to economic risk. Recycling is also one point, minimizing waste and pollution, reducing the cost of buying chemical fertilizers. So in conclusion, I'm telling all of you to eat what you grow and grow food that you can own the seas. I'm saying this because if we are colonized with seas, then we have nowhere to go. A typical example is when COVID strike, where major cities were closed down, the farmers cannot have access to seeds. They cannot go and buy and sell. So I'm encouraging all of us to keep seeds. You can do your own selection of your own seeds and plant them so that you don't go using extra money to buy extra seed for planting. Organic food production can feed the entire continent of Africa and even the whole world. Why I'm saying this? Because in the olden days, we were not doing any block farming. When you talk about this, then you talk about population. It's true we can feed the population. And in Ghana, as I'm speaking, China, America, the whole city can fit in, and we will still have land to produce organic products. There is some comfort, like I said earlier, the adaptation of the indigenous farming practices is not lost. You can still go back and do your organic farm, do the indigenous farming method, involve every activity that you're doing on the field so that you can harvest what is needed. We can also change the narrative and make it possible for the next generation. I don't want to be the part of the generation that people will come back and said, oh, those who left, they left at nothing. And the saying goes, they say, next generation can feed themselves. So we are just destroying the soil and hoping that the generation yet unborn will have a place to sit. Our activities today have consequences in what is ahead of them. So thank you very much, and I wish you all good afternoon.
We hope you will just be patient so that we do the following virtuals, and then we will ask questions after that, such that when we have our physical presentations, we can let you leave if you wish to, because the circumstances may not allow you to stay longer. So thank you so much. As we are preparing for the second virtual, I hope you all heard what he presented, which is very good. I liked the entrepreneurship that we are seeing there in agroecology. I like the diversification that he's showing there. We are seeing the practicality of everything that we are talking about to show that agroecology is not that just talk shop, but it is practical. And there's entrepreneurship, and also we can scale it. There's always a saying or a question that's being asked. Can organic feed the world? So when you look at this, if we can scale this up, can't we feed the world? We can. Thank you. Thank you, Ezekiel. You will wait for your questions, ne? So now the following one will be Kusi from Nova Organics from Ghana again. And he'll be talking about mobilization. Yo, this is French, I can't read it. Where's Serge? Yeah, but this is French. I don't know how to read it. The topic. Yeah, this one.
My eyes, I cannot see.
You cannot see. But it's written in the programs. Who can help us? I cannot read this. I've never done French before. Who can help? And is he going to present in French? Then who's going to be? Is he online? Yeah, but this is what he's going to be presenting. Mobilization, desk.
Let him help you. Is he online? All right.
This is the topic. But what I want to know is the presentation in French, then who's going to be?
So I just read English. So, mobilisation des organisations paysannes et des ONG d'appui pour l'agriculture biologique au Sénégal. So it supports the mobilization of all organizations of farmers and the NGO who sustain them for the organic agriculture.
No, sorry, we hear. Sorry.
Ah, so.
No, it's English, an English presentation.
It's in English.
The
I
ways
think
in
it
which
is.
small-scale farmers.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm sorry. So, Ezekiel, you can present your topic, ways in which small-scale farmers can effectively and efficiently control pests and diseases on their organic cocoa farms. From Nova Organics. Sorry for that. Ezekiel has presented. Hi, man. Kusi, but ways in which small-scale farmers. Okay. Okay, go ahead, Kusi. It's afternoon. We are now confused.
Hello. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Daniel Kusi Ejei, and I'm with the Nova Organic Farmers Cooperative in the Ashanti region of Ghana. I'm presenting on the topic ways in which small-scale farmers can effectively and efficiently control pests and diseases on their organic farms. In the pursuit of sustainable cocoa farming, the government of Ghana has championed policies to boost production, introducing subsidized fertilizers and pest and disease control programs. The presentation explores a transformative approach to pest and diseases control on small-scale organic cocoa farms, drawing on hands-on experience with organic methods. Through traditional measures has proven successful, the spotlight is shifting towards sustainable and organic practices. The Ghanaian cocoa industry. Cocoa is a major source of livelihood for most farmers in Ghana and its neighboring country like Cote d'Ivoire, Togo. On the international market, Ghana comes second to Ivory Coast in terms of the largest producer of cocoa beans in the world. The role of organic farming in Ghana's cocoa sector is very crucial, as it plays a critical role in sustaining the environment, as well as the financial or economic and social lives of individuals within this country. Over the years, the demand for organically grown cocoa and its products has increased. Therefore, Ghana, being one of the leading cocoa producers in the world, can position itself in a manner to meet the demand of the organic market within and outside Africa. Then when it comes to the problem, heavy use of harmful agrochemicals. Despite the benefits and potential of organic farming, most cocoa farmers still practice the conventional methods, and few are yet to adopt more organic and sustainable methods. Based on such practices, the conventional farmers, their ability to achieve sustainable livelihoods from cocoa farming is likely to be lower than farmers who are into organic cocoa cultivation. The shift to organic fertilizers fortify our cocoa plants without harmful effects, fostering robust growth and enhancing soil health. Integrating disease-resistant varieties through grafting transform our fight against cocoa crop diseases, resulting in healthier yields and reduced reliance on chemicals. The use of synthetic chemicals in farming poses detrimental effects on both the farming ecosystem and the farmers themselves. These chemicals often lead to soil degradation, pollution of water bodies, and disruption of natural balance of beneficial microorganisms. The chemicals affect not only the immediate farming environment, but also the broader ecosystem. The runoffs from fields contaminated with synthetic chemicals can pollute water resources, harming aquatic life and impacting human communities relying on these water bodies. For farmers, direct exposure to these chemicals during application can various health issues and in some cases, severe long-term health complications like cancers, because most of the farmers, when they are spraying, they did not wear the protective equipment. Working solutions: use of natural pest control. In our pursuit of sustainable and organic farming, we have integrated a potent blend of neem extract, pawpaw, cinnamon leaves, and turmeric, crafting a comprehensive organic pest control solution. This combination offers a robust defense against a wide spectrum of cocoa pests while upholding the ecological balance. Some of these leaves sometimes it repels some of the insects which normally destroy cocoa. Others also have some substances which normally harm the harmful or pests in the cocoa farms.
Sorry, Gelad. Can you hear us?
Yes, please.
Okay, we are very sorry.
Now, when we come to the neem, Now, when we come to the neem extract, we're known for its insecticidal properties. Neem effectively targets cocoa pod borer, aphids, and mice by disrupting their growth cycle and feeding habits.
Gerald.
This extract.
Gerald.
Hello.
Please.
I'm Daniel, please.
We would like to request you to share your screen. We cannot see the presentation as we sort out here. Are you able to share your screen?
Currently, I'm in my farm, so I won't be able to share my screen. It's very difficult to share the screen right now. Hello.
Continue, Gerald.
Oh, okay. From this. Now, when you are using the cinnamon leaves and turmeric, these natural components further fortify the pest control mixture, serving as effective deterrents against a variety of pests, such as aphids, mice, and fungal infections. Their combined properties strengthen the overall efficacy of the pest control solution, ensuring a comprehensive and natural defense mechanism for cocoa plants. Pathways for addressing challenges: facilitating community engagement, securing governmental support, and prioritizing ecosystem preservation are crucial for the successful adoption of organic farming practices. Collaborative efforts among stakeholders, with a strong emphasis on biodiversity and the implementation of diversified farming methods are essential steps towards forging a more resilient and sustainable agriculture future. Results and achievement. Transition to organic methods has significantly increased cocoa yield to about 30% over a period of 3 years, and we have observed fewer reported acute adverse health events due to agrochemicals among our adoptees. Recent soil health tests have shown significant improvement in soil health. These practices have safeguarded farmers' health, minimized environmental pollution, and elevated market value, positioning Ghana as a forward-thinking producer of organic cocoa. The tangible progress underscores the effectiveness and viability of transitioning to organic methodologies within the cocoa farming landscape. It is just about growing cocoa, it's about leaving a legacy of sustainability for generations to come. Thank you very much.
It seems your presentation was very much interesting, but because of technology, we were so much challenged, and you were dealing with a very important subject with organic farming, that of pest control, because that is what is beating farmers to the extent that sometimes others would go back to their old ways of conventional farming. So we understand you've been waiting for this because the times changed. Can you please patiently wait until we're having the last online presentation, and then after that we will ask questions, and we will go to the ones that are physical. But if you feel that now you don't have time to stay online after you've answered the questions, it's fine, you can leave. Thank you so much. Can we have a big round of applause again for Gerald?
Thank you.
Gerald from Nova. And again, we are also having a farmer from Nova Organic Farmers Cooperative, Daniel this time. And you will be talking about empowering sustainable agriculture, a small-scale farmer's journey in Africa. And we hope that Daniel will be able to share his screen. Can you please mute your mic, Gerald? Gerald, please.
Hello.
Can you please
mute
your mic?
I'll also be presenting from this phone, please.
Oh, okay. All right then.
So we are on the same farm at the moment, please.
Oh, okay. Go ahead then, Daniel. Thank you.
Hello, good day, ladies and gentlemen, please. Daniel, please, speaking from Ghana, and I'm with the Nova Farmers Cooperative in the Ashanti region of Ghana. So I'm presenting on the topics empowering sustainable agriculture, a small-scale farmers' organic journey in Africa. So I would like to discuss what organic vegetable growing is about first. So organic farming is like going back to the roots of farming, please, where we grow food without synthetic chemicals. So it's actually about working with nature instead of against it. And where we foster healthier soils and produce wholesome foods where it is consumable by humans and all. So organic vegetable farming isn't just about cultivation or merely planting and harvesting, please. So with our farming, we adopt certain key techniques that will help us on the farms. For example, crop rotation and companion planting. So with the crop rotation, it's not just a strategy, it's a way of keeping the soil vibrant. So we do this in order to keep the soil happy and nutrient rich. For instance, on our farm, we cultivate ginger, for instance, and ginger, for instance, is a heavy feeder, meaning it uses a lot of nutrients from the soil which we planted it in. If we plant ginger in the same soil for a couple of years, it can exhaust the soil in which we planted it in. So since ginger is a nutrient-hungry plant with particular fondness for potassium especially, we try to plant something else the following cropping season. For instance, we can rotate it with something leguminous like beans or cowpea. And with that, it incorporates nitrogen into the soil, please. Where other crops, after we have harvested the cowpea can also make use of. For instance, lettuce. So if we are to plant ginger, for instance, we'll follow it with a nitrogenous crop fixing plant and a plant that will feed on the nitrogen after that. For instance, lettuce, please. And with the companion planting, for instance, it's like building a relationship between plants that is mutually beneficial to each plant on the field. For example, we sometimes plant basil near tomatoes, and it isn't just about the flavor that we are planting both plants on the same cropping land. It helps keep the pest away. And the basil emits scent that deters harmful bugs, and it creates a natural protective alliance between the two plants, which is the basil and the tomato, please. So on the other hand, the companion planting is more like a strategic alliance. Certain plants team up, exchanging benefits and warding off pests without resorting to chemical warfare. And it's a harmonious system where each element contributes to the resilience and fertility of the land in general. Moving forward, we also adopt urban farming practices like the use of backyard container gardening. And with the idea behind it is making use of a small space whilst thinking big. Because farming isn't merely about farming on a big land, it's about how productive the small land is. So with the urban farming, it's about bringing farming to the cities in which a lot of technological advancements are. So it's sustainable because it turns small places like balconies and rooftops into green havens. This not only makes fresh produce accessible in urban areas, but also reduces the carbon footprint with transporting food over long distances. So container gardening is a journey into maximizing space without compromising on productivity. It's not just about planting in pots. It's about turning overlooked spaces into sanctuaries. Balconies, rooftops, and even window sills become canvases for edible landscapes. Also, we also practice substrate making. So in the case of urban farming, where we won't get soil that are rich in nutrients, we make our own substrate. We make our own substrates from the available materials, for instance, rice husk, poultry manure, and sawdust. We use them in making substrates to cultivate certain plants. So with the cultivation of different plants, we look at the particular plants we are planting, and we provide the adequate nutrients that the plants will need. For instance, tomatoes and lettuce and ginger is all about the balance of nutrients, certain nutrients. Tomato craves a good dose of potassium, lettuce loves nitrogen, and ginger thrives on phosphorus. To make awesome soil, we mix in compost rice husk, sawdust, and poultry manure, creating a nutrient-rich blend tailored to the specific needs of each crop. Our commitment to soil health is more than a nod to tradition. It's a scientific endeavor. The art of crafting organic substrates involves a careful alchemy of compost, rice husk, sawdust, and poultry manure. It's not just about enriching the soil. And also, we prepare manure for farmers to use in the urban areas, poultry manure especially, since it's readily available in the urban areas. We don't just collect the poultry manure. It's about turning waste into gold. Properly prepared nutrients or poultry manure isn't just a fertilizer. It's a carefully created blend of nutrients. It's a secret sauce that infuses our soil with life, ensuring that every inch of our land becomes a thriving haven for good. This journey into small-scale organic farming isn't a mere narrative. It's a story of coexistence between plants, soils, and humans in innovation and empowerment. Our journey represents the power of small-scale organic farming, which is marked by success stories and positive impacts of increased yields, healthier soils, and stronger communities. Together, we are shaping the future of sustainable agriculture in Africa. Thank you for having me, and let's continue cultivating a future where sustainability, resilience, and abundance go hand in hand. Thank you very much.
Round of applause for Daniel. I understand also they are frustrated because they've been waiting. They were supposed to have presented in the morning, and with all the challenges that we are having. Thank you so much. Please wait for the questions. And we have seen even during the day, they were talking about this topic of a container garden, such that the hashtag grow your own food is successful. The hashtag that we are saying each household is supposed to be having food that is healthy, that they can grow themselves. So now it's the time for questions for these 3 presentations, which started with just to refresh your minds, we started with Ezekiel, where we were talking about agroecology farming practices and alternative livelihood options for the smallholder farmer in organic food production. And then we followed with Kusi, who was speaking about ways in which small-scale farmers can effectively and efficiently control pest disease on the organic cocoa farms. And now we've just heard Daniel saying, empowering sustainable agriculture, a small-scale farmer's journey in Africa, where he was talking about crop rotation, intercropping, and yeah. So any questions, please? And then when you ask a question, you say to whom are you basing it? Please. Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Albert Kakande. Yeah, from the Knowledge Hub for Organic Agriculture in Eastern Africa. I come from Uganda. Mine will go to Gerard. Gerard, about using of these plant materials, our own innovations. You talked about cinnamon and turmeric in making the pesticides. I personally am a farmer trainer, and we make several of these. But the problem we have faced now is there comes a time when our dear pests can no longer be scared by these innovations. Gerard, what are you doing to beat the resistance of these pests to these organic innovations? I was sharing with a colleague a few minutes ago. There is a farmer we gave nimbecidine concocted with other materials. But we have a notorious caterpillar called the fall armyworm. This is a worm that cannot be even scared by an organic innovation in form of a pesticide. What are you doing, Gerard, to help the farmers in Ghana? All right, it may work on the cork pests, but what do we do to help the farmers, especially these pests are becoming stubborn and resilient? Gerard, I'm waiting for your answer. Thank you.
So he did not hear that question. So can we have other questions, and then we will ask from the house, because then we've got experts in agroecology. How do you do what you're doing in your farm? What is it that you are doing to see to it that we don't get resistance from these pesticides that we are making on our own? Any second question? Yeah. Oh. Okay, so I'm hearing he's about to come back. Then we will deal with the question when he comes back.
Okay, thank you. I'm Mercy Manyange from Nyakazi Organics. My question goes to Ezekiel. Considering that he's rearing snails in his farm, I'd like to know the benefits for those snails in the farm, whether they are for consumption or what. Thank you.
No, you can answer. We've seen him in the presentation.
So the Ezekiel presentation is from my organization. Ezekiel is a farmer. And this is how my organization operates. All the staff are farmers. Their parents were members of my organization before they were educated. So when there's vacancy, we just advertise through the farmer organizations. And if one qualifies, then we employ the person. So all the staff at the office are farmers, including myself. You saw me on this where I was loading my mangoes. I can load one season about 30,000 kg of mangoes. So your question was the snails. Yeah, the snails are edible in Ghana, and even they export it outside to Europe. So we say, not all the snails, but the type, we have different types of snails, not all snails. But you saw the ones he presented. It's edible in Ghana. Most of the tribe, it's their delicacy. They use it, they call it green. Green means they use vegetables with green color to prepare that meal. They can use it to, those who have been in Ghana, you can see that they can use it to make soup for fufu. So, fufu is a Ghanaian food. It's like ugali in Uganda, and yeah. So that's it. So it's one of the income generating activities which the farmers use. This one is easy to rear. If you want to keep them, it's very easy. You can do them in your compound, and then if you are, I don't eat better. Those who eat, they produce it, or they rear them and then eat it and sell. It's easy to do, and then easy to increase your income.
So the snail we are hearing, it is something that is edible. It is a cash flow, and also it can be exported. There was a question that was asked about the pesticides, that won't the pests be like resistant because you're using the very same. In my farm, what I do, because of diversification that we're talking about, I don't use the same solutions. I keep on changing. For instance, if now you are talking of using neem, pawpaw, turmeric, and cinnamon, in that concoction, you look at the product or the crop that does the same thing. If it's pawpaw and neem that deter aphids, you don't put both of them. So that then in another concoction, in another time, you use another one. So you change them so that then you also confuse the pests. And for me, I don't like this thing of pesticides more than promoting building the soil. Because if you build that soil, the soil will be healthy such that it builds immunity to your crop, such that your crop doesn't succumb to diseases. And so what I usually love and recommend is build the soil such that you don't use so many pesticides, because you will be like now the conventional farmers relying on inputs, and yet the soil has got the ability to take care of itself if now you are feeding it and building and fertilizing. Is that all? Okay. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, there is a question for, it's called Ezekiel, yes? Is there the kind of farming they are doing, are they certified as organic? And if yes, what has been the experience with that process of having their farms certified organic?
Yes, we have another Ezekiel in the house. Nana, you will be answering. He's asking if Ezekiel has been certified organic in the farm.
Yes and no, depending on the consumer. Because as organic farmers, we have our own way of doing the inspection, like the PGS. We have tried PGS before. So the community members around where we do our farming know that we do organic. So they come to our farm gate to buy. And we don't have any external certification yet, but they know us by our name. You saw that we have honey, pure honey. We label the honey we sell as organic. First, we were exporting the honey to Libya. Before the Libya crisis, we were selling honey to Libya. So people know us by our deals, what we do. And the farmers, we check ourselves, like the PGS system you are using here. I think I'm clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Nana. So it means then the farm is certified, because then if it is PGS, that is certification. You can certify 100% through PGS. Then if you're not exporting, that is enough. But if you are exporting, then you go and do other certifications. Other questions? We are Ezekiel today. Yes.
Mimi naitwa Mese Mena, mkulima wa kilimo hai. Nimetokea Tanzania. Nilikuwa nauliza swali kwamba wakulima ambao tunalima organiki, je, majirani zenu wote wanalima organiki, na kama hawalimi wanatumia makemikali, mnatumia mbinu gani ili na nyewe kwenye mashamba yenu yasije yakazurika na ile kemikali? Swali langu ndio hilo.
Okay, so she said she's Ms. Mena from Tanzania, and she was asking for the farmers who presented if their neighbors are also doing organic, and if not, how are they protecting their farms from the contamination?
Yes, I think Nana also can answer to that, but I heard him saying they are from Nova Organics, and all those farmers that belong to that association are organic farmers, and they do PGS. So with PGS, it is a peer-to-peer certification. That is by farmers, consumers, and a lot of stakeholders that are involved in that market. Yeah. Nana, if I've left out something, can you add?
I think our members, our focus is on organic food production. And we are breeding. Ghana, you see that some are into 3 crops, mango, cashew, cocoa. Some are organic and some are not organic. But those who are not organic, we are just recruiting them and then raising awareness of the harmful effect of agrochemicals. So most of our farmers are practicing organic. So I think I'm clear here.
So a follow-up question to that. Are you speaking about Nova? So all the farmers in Nova?
No, I'm not talking about Nova.
Oh.
Nova is different organization. Oh. And then Abufa is different organization.
Okay.
Abufa I'm the executive director of Abufab.
Oh.
First, we use Abrudo Organic Farming Project, as he was explaining. Now, our members is about 10,000 members. So we are no more projects. People ask project is maybe one time, but we now call ourselves association.
Oh, so it's an association of farmers. How do you then prevent contamination if then you have farmers that are using a conventional farming and you are organic?
That's why we come to marketing. Those who are using conventional one, they will sell. Those who are in conventional one, some have certification, Global Gap certification. And then the inspector is from, I think, Kenya. So they sell to, or they export. on this global gap certification. But the organic one, also, we know them, and then we can trace it to their farms. Like when we come to the honey production, we label it. So when we do the packaging, we mark yours. So when there's any problem, we can trace it to the farmer. So we are practicing organic, while we are also raising awareness to those who are going conventional, telling them the harmful effects of agrochemicals, long-term and short-term effects.
Thank you, Nana. And that is allowed in PGS because there's also a conversion from conventional to organic. You have levels of your farmers in PGS. There are those that won't be certified organic because they are using chemicals, but then when you start being in the level of conversion to organic now, when you start now upgrading and leaving your synthetic chemicals to organic ways. Are you answered, sir? Okay. Thank you. I think we've finished with this virtual presentations. Thank you so much to the 3 farmers from Ghana. So if you are not there, Nana will convey the gratitude that we have. Thank you. Now we're coming to the physical ones now. And with the physical ones, now we have from Opas, Zambia, Chitalu, who will be speaking about unlocking sustainable livelihood seed for assuring the right for food for all in Zambia. Am I right? You are. Okay. There's not even a song. You don't have a song coming up within the stage.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I am glad to be here. I am Munshimbo Chitalu. I am a farmer, 15 kilometers away from the State House of Zambia. I am managing the Organic Producers and Processors Association of Zambia. And I am also sitting as a Secretary General of the African Organic Network, being one of the founder members of that network. Ladies and gentlemen, I am glad that today I have this opportunity to share our humble experiences in Zambia regarding organic farming, an experience which spans for close to 20 years when we began. As seen, this presentation about unlocking the economic potential is a socio-economic design which OPAS is using to help to assure the right to food by engaging in promoting the food systems. In the first instance, let us just look at what is it that we are doing. We are building capacity and uniting the organic movement in Zambia, specifically focusing on small-scale farmers. And in that focus, we have changed our strategy. We are concerned about food crops, mostly the indigenous types, but also those that are of economic value. We are also aware of the fact that climate is changing. So for every technology that we have been working on for those years, we are trying to see, is there adaptability, is there abatement of climate change? Of course, when all that is done, we are looking towards high yields, increased incomes. We are also looking at soil that is healthy, and indeed, happiness of those that are involved in farming. Ladies and gentlemen, as you see on those pictures. They are from different sources. We are involved in providing guidance on certification, both very local and using the external certification. We are involved in value chain development. You see, I don't know if I'm so close, but the pictures here, women, you can see they have groundnuts there, and the whole range of things that we have. We are in promoting beekeeping, we are growing maize, we are doing rice, we are doing mangoes, vegetables, animals. And for animals, I would like to mention that we are serving two purposes. It's a source of food and also a source of additional inputs for further improvement of the soil. And that we go with it even with the other crops. I was impressed, and we say that there is wealth in dirty. We don't throw away anything in an organic farm, because we believe that a good soil, a healthy soil, holds the answer to everything that we do. And of course, governance and leadership, as you see it, and lobbying with the authorities to propagate pro-poor organic policies. Next. Our focus is also on transferring knowledge and skills. And all the knowledge that we transfer and skills are based on the materials which have locally been produced. As you can see, crop field, crop manual, that is a manual for ICS, which we target to build capacity for farmers. Below here, that is a manual for production of avocados. Suffice to mention that we are a pioneer institution in Zambia to promote the production of organic avocados. And indeed, we are mindful that we need to put out good products in the market. We have our label, simply certified organic Zambia, registered appropriately, which we are using in promoting access to markets. Of course, one of the key elements of success for any farmer is to have a good mindset. So we target as much as possible to help our people, even starting with ourselves, to change to the thinking that it's only me and only me who can make it happen, not looking to others to come to do it. We are very active in trying to match the producers with the markets, and we are doing everything possible that is within our capacities and abilities to do. And of course, like you have seen in the previous presentations, organic has so much out there, what the ordinary people would call weeds and so on and so forth. But what we have learned about the so-called weeds, I don't think that God designed to have any weeds at all, because they are all very useful products or crops that we have for ourselves, but even for the crops themselves, improving fertility, improving our wellness and living. You'll be amazed how these things happen. Next, please. We are also aware that if you want to do successful organic farming, forget about everything, but work on this, optimizing soil health. If you work on your soil, you have solved more than 90% of the problems that you are expecting to have in your farm. When we started farming organically, that is some 15, 20 years back, we were not sure whether we could achieve yields and so on and feed the nation and the world. But now, contrary to what a lot of people say, we can say yes, if every person on the globe wanted to shift to eating organic, and we take it our passion to do that, we can do it. And we have proved it in most of the things we are doing, because both quality and quantity, we are above what our friends in convention are using. So there are various ways. Disturb your soil less, keep it covered. If you can have living roots throughout, let the living roots be there. Just provide increased biological diversity. That is key, because in increased biological diversity, you bring in all sorts of enemies and friends and companions and the antagonists. So it's everything. When I talk about that, livestock, I mentioned, we are interested in their food, we are interested in their byproduct, but we are also interested in the byproducts that come from human beings. You know, in that drum there, we are doing quite a lot of things. Animal urine, human urine, very key. You never ever think about using fertilizer if you run some of these technologies in controlling. But in the event that there are issues, go botanical or natural uses. This should be the last resort in doing organic farming, never the first. Next. Nutrition of plants, like you can see, we just rely on all these things, the neems, the tephrosia, the pawpaws, the manure, including the bones of the animals. You eat fish, don't throw the fish, just keep them nicely somewhere. They will give you a lot of nutrients if you work with the technologies. Then we see those containers here. Those are just containers of very locally available materials, including urine from animals, including products of milk processing. They are very good for helping us to do control the pests. So all these, in terms of nutrition, we are relying on these plant materials, the bones, the urine, manure, fruits, that should be rotting, and then we mobilize and constitute them into, liquid manures, and what is the opposite of liquid? Solid. Yeah, that's the word I've been struggling to. Next, please. I have the pleasure to share with you this one recipe, and I please encourage you to take it. This is just for 1 hectare. You just have chopped assorted vegetations in those quantities, and in these ratios, 20 of assorted grass materials to 20 of cow or horse manure. If not horse manure, 12 parts of sheep and goat manure. If not that, 4 parts of urine. Ratios actually, depending on the content of nitrogen in these. You will put them in some bit of charcoal dust, very, very important. And if you have maize bran, also important. Molasses, honey, or anything that should give sugar. The last two being just food for the micronutrients. Because you know, when we are talking about organic farming, and especially the use of these inputs, our target is improving soil healthy. And in improving soil healthy, there are some elements, the bacteria and all those that help us to mine the soil. That is the reason why when we have this formation, where we are getting those manures and so on, we have a diversity of those microorganisms, which will do the job for us. But the inclusion of some of these things, the choice of the materials that you use, actually help to make available the most needed nutrients in terms of either nitrogen, potassium, phosphorus, calcium, boron, name them all. Those are all available in the plant materials. You just mix those things and nicely, you know, like my other colleague said there, you do a nice mix of this. If you just need maximum of 30 days in our environment. This manure is ready for use. You can apply it directly or you further process it to get the most out of it. So the third day you 10, seventh day you 10, 15th day you 10, 27th day, that's fine, or you are storing, the manure is ready for use. Next, please. Now, sometimes it becomes necessary to get use of these, and you can see I have a Wekabende there. We are using just very locally available materials in everything that we are doing here. Compost manure and shredded weeds can be used to make the liquid fertilizers. The technologies are known. In a duty bag, empty it in a water, a non-corrosive drum like that, and leave them there at the material time. When I'm using compost manure, or even another manure, I can start using this formation even the second day of putting it in the drum. I don't have to wait for 14 days, you know, but it's something which requires some experience. Because like I have said, the longer you keep it to digest, the more you need to dilute so that you get the maximum out of it. So it is recommended, most of the application is to the soil. In rare cases, we also recommend to the leaves. The soil is because we want to improve the condition of the soil. And when we improve the condition of the soil will do its job to feed the plants. Application rates as frequently as you can. If you do lower dilutions, you take longer to apply. If you do dilutions that are high, meaning more water, you also apply frequently. You'll be amazed, depending on the materials which you use. These same remedies are also protecting your plants against pests and especially against viruses and fungal diseases. I've had very successful experiences with these things. Next, please. As you can see, after all is done, we have just got a number of things. The yields have increased. The diversity of the production is guaranteed. We have okra, we have rice, we have avocados, some processed products, which I think some of my colleagues will talk about highly. We have avocados, like I said. This is a nursery of these avocados. Then, what more do we want? Happy people, because they are making it. I have made a very specific comparison, the manure formation that I just presented. What you are seeing here are the real things. In my country, in Zambia, a bag of fertilizer, let us take maize as the test crop, is costing close to 1,000 kwacha each. And for that 1,000 kwacha, the recommendation is that you use 4 as bottom fertilizer and 4 as top fertilizer. Together that gives you 8,000 kwacha to do a hectare of maize. But can you compare the price? Because these are real figures. 730 kwacha to do manure, surely wouldn't you make a profit out of this? Would I be always singing, looking for a premium? Maybe not. That is the thing that I will leave. And of course, there is much adaptation of our farming systems and the crops to climate. Thank you very much.
Wow. Round of applause. Thank you so much. Ayeye, ayeye. Opas, ayeye. Ayeye, opas, ayeye. Thank you so much. And I would like to ask you a question just before we get to the next one. You're saying you are a livestock farmer too. What do you call a cow with no calf as you are sitting down? What do you call a cow without a calf as you are sitting down? Who can answer that? Yes. He says, ayeye, it's a decaffeinated cow.
Can you bring the same question?
What do you call a cow without a calf?
Stole.
Stolen?
Isitole.
Isitole.
In our language.
Oh, okay. Isitole.
You wanted to know what we call it.
Yes.
That is exactly how we call it.
Isitole.
It's a calf. Without a calf.
Yes.
We call it stole.
Istole. Okay, it's fine. I'm not disputing that, but my answer would be.
Can we call it a cowgirl?
Okay, a cowgirl. So we're going to the next presenter without wasting any time further. It's Mr. Kenza George William from Wofa, Uganda, from Wakiso Organic Farmers Association. But, Marcus. Marcos Uteka from Kowagro, Zambia. Using a local weed for resilient and sustainable organic avocado farming. Thank you, Zambia.
Zambia chain.
Zambia what?
The Zambia chain. Zambia.
Oh, you must do it yourself. Zambia. Where's Zambia? Zambia. Why did I write this? Maybe you can introduce yourself in the meantime. We're waiting for the presentation to appear.
Thank you. By way of introduction, my name's Marcos Uteka. I am a farmer. So we are moving from a technocrat to a layman. We are going straight into the field. And standing here, when I was coming, I was very excited to think that, oh, I'm going to tell them about something I've discovered, something new. But long before we reached today, I know that I'm just going to be sharing a knowledge that is already existing within us. So I'm going to be talking about using a local weed for resilient and sustainable organic avocado farming. Of course, you can use it for any other crop, but I decided to pick on avocado because that's what I'm doing on my farm. So as I said, I'm Marcos Uteka. I'm coming from Kowagro. That's a copper belt organic avocado growers cooperative. We are affiliated to OPAS, the organization headed by the gentleman that just left here. So, organic avocado farming in my country, Zambia, is a fairly new concept. We are still in our infancy stage. By the last count, the demand for the product on our country was estimated at almost 7,000 tons. That's 6,900 metric tons per year. But right now, we are only able to supply 200 metric tons. That shows you the gap that we have, the potential to delve into this industry and make money while satisfying the world demand out there. Now, we have very few farmers that have ventured into avocado farming. Very few of them. This gives you the reason why we have those low volumes. But this can be remedied. It can be turned around with just a little bit of knowledge. Can we go to the next? Yeah, the problem why we have very low yields or very low production in that sector is that the majority of my people prefer to grow maize, and they grow it with synthetic fertilizers for mainly three reasons. One, they have a quick return on their investment. They can plant, harvest, sell, and get their money within a short period of time as compared to other, as compared to what I'm advocating that they join me in avocado growing. The second reason is the availability of subsidized input. The government is heavily subsidizing maize farmers or even other crop farmers who are using synthetic fertilizers. Then the last reason is simple, it's a staple food. So they'll eat some and sell the rest. Now, this is despite the low profit margins that are there if you make comparisons between, I will not use a cash crop as a comparison, maybe I use soya beans, that is a cash crop, maize being the staple, I'll leave it aside. Those who have low profit margins compared to avocados, but they'll still go that way despite the attendant issues of land degradation that are associated with the use of synthetic fertilizers. There is therefore a strong need to help shift. There's a need to shift to more affordable, resilient, and sustainable innovations to help the small-scale farmer care for his soil and care for himself at the same time. Okay. Now, I found a simple solution to this problem. We have a plant that is widely growing in my country, and I think a few other countries that I've visited in the region. The plant is Tithonia diversifolia. It is a widely growing, it is a versatile organic fertilizer that can be used on various crops. It is loaded with nitrogen, potassium, and phosphorus as major elements that are required for any plant growth. It grows widely and is readily available almost everywhere throughout the year. Tithonia is also known as Mexican sunflower. It grows wild and it grows rapidly. It is drought resistant, therefore resilient and sustainable source of fertilizer for free, and it's available all year round. It produces a large amount of biomass, and it is said to be richer in NPK, as I said earlier on, and those are the figures making a comparison between cow manure and Tithonia. In cow manure, you're going to have NPK in the ratios 35.37 to the cow, to the Tithonia will have 3:2:1. So as you can see, cow manure is lower in NPK on average than that plant. It can also be used as a mulch to just cover the surface of your farm. And it attracts pollinators because it has a bright flower. Though it's a good biofertilizer, must also be careful of how to grow it because it tends to be evasive and it may take over your field if you leave it unattended for a few years. Shall we go to the next? Now, effects on plant growth. Forgive my photography. What you're seeing in the picture there is a portion of my avocado farm. That was at a time that the plants were just over 2 years, going into the 3rd year. They were planted on the same day, these plants that you are seeing, in the foreground here, and in the background before the forest. I'm sure you can distinguish the forest from the cultivated area. The cultivated area, the ones in the foreground, were planted on the same day as these which are this side. I experimented this fertilizer on these plants that are this side, and that is the physical difference that you are seeing. Now, if you see that difference in them, all things being equal, we can say that these that are on the near ground here are looking healthier than the others there. And if looks be what it takes, I am expecting the same yields from, the same difference when it comes to yields. Could you please give me the next? Okay, that's a close-up from the ones that were in the near ground is the picture on your right, and the one that was in the background is the picture on your left. Do a quick one, please don't play the video. Just click again. Okay, and this is the same plants now in flower. And as I said, all things being equal, I expect more yields from the plant on the right because it has got more foliage, looking more healthier than the one on the left. The cost implication. Apart from labor and transportation, this fertilizer is free. It grows wild along streets. I took this picture in a residential area a few days before I made the presentation before I posted the presentation for assessment. So this is the plant that I've been talking about, the Tithonia. Unfortunately, it's not in flower, so we are just seeing the foliage part of it. All you do is walk along the streets and start harvesting it. That is all that it will cost you. Then you go to your farm, and apart from making solid fertilizer out of it by way of composting, I have learned in these few days that I've been here that there are others. There is someone that I networked with. They told me they are making liquid fertilizer from the same plant. So it is something that is not only in Zambia. The one who is making liquid fertilizer out of it is from Uganda, I think. Yeah, it's a gentleman from Uganda. So it's widely available on the African landscape, free fertilizer. It can be harvested any time of the year and it is a truly resilient and sustainable source of soil nutrients. In conclusion, this plant can be a game changer on our farms if adopted as a fertilizer, of course with other fertilizers. Compared to synthetic fertilizers, Tithonia is environmental friendly. It will not hurt you. It will not hurt the consumer at the end of the day. It is cheap, effective, and readily available. Tithonia is one of the fertilizer plants with broad application, not only to crops, it can also be converted to animal feed. It has been fed to animals elsewhere before, and it is still being done. It has the potential to increase your yields and also to improve your soil well-being. I rest my case. Thank you.
Ayeye Zambia, ayeye. Ayeye Zambia, ayeye. Thank you again. So I would like to know from the house, because now we're left with about 3 presenters. There's tea outside. Would we grab a tea or must we continue in the interest of time? What are we opting for? Let's continue. Yeah. One who wants to have tea can just go out and get tea and come back so that then we can have a working tea.
Also, I propose that we also try to manage our time for the presenters.
Yeah. We've tried to lessen their time. They were given 20 minutes. Now we're saying 15. So at least. Yeah. Thank you so much. The next speaker now will be, I hope I get this one right this time. Mr. Genza George William from WOFA. Okay? Ayeye, WOFA, ayeye. I also would like, as you taking the stage, I also would like to ask Marcos, because in Zambia you seem to be looking at the cheap ways of producing, and I don't expect to find any production or vegetables expensive. I haven't asked it yet. So, as you go out and look for these plants that you are saying they are around the streets and all, you're getting them free. And if you maybe meet with a horse that only goes at night, what would you call that horse? A nightmare. Yes.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Genza George William Chigongo from Wakiso Organic Farmers Association, Wakiso district from the country of Uganda. And Wakiso is one of the biggest districts in Central Region, which is around the capital city of Kampala. So we are practicing organic agriculture as Wakiso Organic Farmers Association. And I'm a general secretary of Wakiso Organic Farmers Association. And we are located at Masvita Town Council, Wakiso district. Because the time is not on our side, on my side, you could allow me present, and I go straight to my presented, because for the first time. Background, WOFA started in 2010 and was founded by the KFT. KFT are key farmer trainers after the award of the post-experience diploma in sustainable organic agriculture. Our main objective was to enable our smallholders farmers to access organic market. The vision bearer From executive committee was as follows, as you can see. That was Cesar Peter, our chairperson, the vice chairperson, Eva Kayungu, Chigongo Genza, general secretary, Nalongo Sematole, treasurer, Kiinda publicity, and Kimviro marketing. Leadership structure, work for General Assembly, the executive, the chairperson, vice chairperson, treasurer, secretary, publicity secretary, and you have city committees, production committees, pest and disease management committees, inspection and compliance committee, post harvesting and handling committee, and the marketing committee. The map showing the locations of farmers from Gobero, Seganga, Masuita, Kiziba, and Nachikungwe. And these are the key farmers, the places where farmers are concentrated, workshop places, and education institutions, as you can see the map. We have been, since we came here, we have been discussing participatory guarantee system, which is PGS, but none of the presenters have heard that you cannot practice PGS without knowing the likes and dislikes. That's why I have come out with the do's and don'ts, so that anybody who practices, an organization who practices do's and, PGS should understand the difference between the do's and the don'ts. If we are to grow organic crops in our area, like beans or maize, we have to grow organic crops. But when we are in do's, and when it comes to don'ts, you do not grow crops that are not adapted to local environment. And when it comes to plant local varieties where possible, do not use the standard planting materials of the non-allowed chemical treatment. And when you practice exotic variety which have adapted to local environment, and when you use on-farm seed, saved seed, do not grow plants or seeds from unknown sources. And then untreated seed, stroke of planting materials from known sources with approval of certification body. When it comes to organic animals, do not rear non-organic animals, and do not feed on gross harmonies. The picture shows how we rear local poultry for production, and just recently we had an exhibition in Hotel of Ghana where we took our local eggs and poultry for sale. And the other picture is one of the fertilizers called liquid manure, which we use to fertilize our plants and crops. From central region of Uganda, our main source of food is banana. And that's why we always practice banana and fresh beans, as you may see, because it's our main food. And the other one is a fertilizer called biochar, which also we practice to fertilize our soil. We also practice cattle rearing on zero grains basis, and that was feeding the cattle. And we also practice water harvesting in order to catch, for water catchment, to avoid dry season. As I told you, that our main food is banana. That's how we practice bananas. This is a continuation of do's and don'ts, where we rear only local breeds, all those adapted to environment. And when it comes to do's, we do not confine in restricted housing. And we allow animals to practice their innate behavior, it's like when you are rearing local poultry, you allow them to practice their behavior of scratching by adapting some So that's all coffee husks. So you may not rear animals in big numbers under congested conditions. And in those, you can provide enough clean water and food. And you do not rear genetically engineered animals, for example, the artificial insemination and so on. And you should keep animals safe from predators and treat animals and take care of their well-being and health. Our work with local authority and the government should focus on improving delivering of agricultural support service as a local authority, and the government should facilitate farmers to access price weather information. Should also promote market-oriented production by improving organic agriculture markets. We also have Uganda governance, RuboCADEF, which will promote PGS participatory guarantee system among farmers through third-party certification in order to access organic market. The opportunities we have is emerging organic markets in local and urban center, and the participatory guarantee system is the opportunities of emerging organic markets in local and urban center. The participatory legal system is embracing a whole-of-farm system approach and do recognize all components with the farm and how they relate with others to endorse the entire processes about specific crops or market value. The challenges which were faced is a combination of poor agricultural practices, low technological adoption, and lack of irrigation emphasis and a device checker for organic products. And the security of land ownership and poor extension services and low poor inputs and lack of credit. Our future plans includes increasing the availability and accessibility to organic products, promoting organic farming practices, and educating consumers about the benefits of choosing organic options, and training of more farmers about the participatory guarantee system, capturing international organic market and starting to export organic products, and store for organic products like biochar, organic fertilizer, organic food products. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much. You'll wait for the questions, and quickly we will go to the next presenter. Where are the people in the... Because now we are going to Matovu Richard from Uganda, from BOFA, strengthening resilient, sustainable food systems through organic agriculture. And then after him, we will be left with the last speaker for today. Aye, Uganda, aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, or good evening, depending on the time zone which you respect. My name is Richard Matovu. I work with Bufumbo Organic Farmers Association in Eastern Uganda, and I work in the capacity of a general manager, but I am also the convener for Inofo in Uganda. About the theme, strengthening resilient and sustainable food systems in Africa through organic agriculture. For us, this is the direction. New innovations like participatory guarantee systems will bring farmers together on this cause. Then creation of local demand for the organic product, because the participatory guarantee systems, after bringing together the farmers, and the farmers are growing the product, they need to know that they have market where to sell the product. That will give them energy to go and work on their farms. Then furthermore, government intervention subsidies for organic inputs, and maybe slightly increase the taxes on GMO importers. We think this will also work in line with the theme. Then a shift in policy. We need policies by government that will enhance the development of organic agriculture. And in Uganda, Nogamo is championing this cause on our behalf. Then technological innovations offering digital solutions in organic agriculture are also much more needed. And then let's not forget continuous training of the farmers. When we do not train the farmers, when we do not talk to the farmers on organic farming techniques, organic farming standards, but also good agricultural practices, we are losing the track. Then why do we need organic farming? For us, for food security, and the intercropping aspect of organic farming means a farmer will grow more than one crop on their farm. In our case, our farmers are able to intercrop coffee with matoke, cassava, potatoes, maize, tomatoes, and all these are intended to provide food. Then nutrition security. This is a little bit different from the above. The different crops and fruits grown by farmers solve the problems of malnutrition. At Wufumbo Organic Farmers Association, fruits and vegetables like nakati, spider plants, cabbages, eggplants, sukuma wiki, avocados, yellow bananas, apple bananas are all intercropped in the coffee fields. Then food safety. People need to eat healthy and safe foods for better livelihoods. Foods that are not chemical contaminated will even reduce the costs for hospital bills for farmers. Then seed integrity. With organic farming, we are able to preserve the indigenous seeds for continuity. Hybrid seeds deplete the farmers' pockets. This is because they buy today, they plant, tomorrow they will need to buy again to be able to plant. Otherwise, when you go organic, the same seed can reproduce a seed that you can plant tomorrow. And for our case, our farmers keep these seeds from their harvest, and we also continue to train them on how to grow their own seedlings for the case of coffee. And all these efforts are geared towards avoiding GMO seeds that you can only use only one time. Continuing with the need for organic farming, we need to protect species that are endangered. Africa has medicinal trees whose existence has been threatened. Birds, animals, and other components of the ecosystems. When we do away with organic farming, we are losing these species, yet they are very important for biodiversity and the ecosystem. Then climate change. We need to build the resilience of farmers to the effects of climate change. Otherwise, our food systems continue to be threatened. For our case, we partner with EcoTrust to encourage farmers to plant indigenous trees. Soil and water conservation, to safeguard fauna and flora for the continuity of ecosystems and coexistence. We train farmers on soil fertility management, protection of water sources, pest and disease control using non-synthetic pesticides that are locally manufactured using herbs. Previous presenters have already detailed on how to do that. Then, what are the threats to sustainable food systems? We see that the popularization of GMOs by some of the donors in the Western world is threatening sustainable food systems. Then climate change. We need to take into account the effects of climate change to sustainable and resilient food systems. When we are not able to mitigate the effects of climate change, global warming and the rest, our food systems are very much threatened. Then insecurity, these are wars. Of course, with wars in countries in Africa, our food systems are threatened. Then we need the efforts of the African governments to be able to invest in sustainable food systems. Then knowledge and information gaps. These are also threats. Technological gaps, exclusiveness. We need to involve the youth, the people with different abilities, the women in all cycles of information, knowledge sharing, and practices on organic farming. Then, what is the attraction to organic farming? Healthy foods for better lives, sustainability and resilience of local seeds, which are low cost. This should be an attraction. The lower cost of organic farming, like we've already seen with other presenters who have done the metrics, it is now clear that organic farming is actually cheaper than the conventional farming. And what our fear was, mainly about the yields, we can see that we can now talk at the same level as regards to yield with the conventional farmers. Then the trainings, information, knowledge sharing should also be a strong point of attraction. In our case, we train farmers on an annual basis, about 2 or 3 times. But in conventional farming, it is the farmer on their own. They go buy the seeds, they go buy the fertilizer, go and apply on their garden, and that's it. No information, no knowledge, no training. What they rely on is, for the case of the fertilizer, is the manufacturer's manual telling them how the fertilizer will work for them. Then, if we create or look for premium organic markets so that farmers do not feel it's a waste of time to grow organic, that will also be an attraction to organic farming. Then, if you can able to access finance to be able to buy the organic product from the farmers, if you can also add value to the product to attract better incomes, if you involve the women and the youth, if you're able to fit the youth in the value chain, in the levels of the value chain where they feel they will be most productive, that will also be an attraction. So we are saying we should grow for the market. Yes, continue. Yes, that is our organic coffee farmer, our value addition system. Then you of course try to access organic premium markets. When you do that, you're attracting farmers to organic farming. Yes, and I feel it is our duty to preserve the ecosystems, to be able to ask food from Mother Nature. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A round of applause again for Matovu. Ayeye, Uganda, ayeye. Your question before the questions, Matovu. Which day does a potato hate? Day does a potato hate? As the next speaker is coming, okay. As the next speaker is coming, who is Bernard Mulenga, sorry. From a multi-purpose cooperative society, I don't want to guillotine that name, I don't know. Mbweche. From Zambia, they are going to tell us their experiences regarding the theme of this conference. The answer? Take the stage.
Oui, merci beaucoup.
Hello.
Je vais parler en français hein, parce que je ne suis pas très fort en anglais. Je ne sais pas qui est-ce qui pourra vraiment traduire.
Where's the interpreter?
D'accord. Merci beaucoup pour ces présentations. Je pense qu'elles ont tous leur sens. Je suis Bayor Diallo. Je viens du Sénégal, de l'organisation qu'on appelle Agricole Afrique, dans le cadre du projet KCOA, Knowledge Center for Organic Agriculture.
So he comes from Senegal, the knowledge hub of organic agriculture.
Oui, je viens d'une organisation qu'on appelle Agricole Afrique.
He comes from Agricole Afrique in Senegal, and part of knowledge hub in the north, in the west or north?
West Africa.
West Africa.
Voilà.
Yes.
Ah, moi, je pensais que c'était l'heure de poser les questions, quoi.
He thought that it is time to ask questions.
Non, non, non. Ah, d'accord. Je m'excuse. Je m'excuse, hein.
Matovu, the answer. What day does the potato hate? How can it hate the harvest day? Because it is being freed from under the ground. Friday!
Yeah, I think the time the potato hates is the time you're putting it in the saucepan.
Yes, it's a Friday. I'm asking, what is the day that it hates? Friday.
What is the day?
Friday.
That day, I'm not sure.
I'm telling you, it's Friday.
It's Friday. Why?
Because it doesn't want to be fried.
Oh.
Yeah. So, are we ready? Yes. Okay. But your presentation is not ready. Oh.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, look, it's not always the best time to be the last one because everybody has talked about what you want to share. I was not the one who was supposed to present. Our secretary there in the picture should have been the one to present, but however, we belong to the same group, the same cooperative, so since I'm here, I'm going to take the presentation. Mbweche multipurpose cooperative Yeah, you can move. It's actually located in a place called Sinda in eastern province of Zambia. We are also affiliated to OPAS, and this establishment was for the promoting of organic farming skills among the rural communities of Zambia. The skill transfer comprises the use and making of compost, liquid manures, and botanical mixtures. All these things I'm talking about, you've already heard about them. Of course, some other speakers have also spoken about the fact that organic agriculture has proved to be cheaper compared to the use of chemical fertilizer. It is sustainable and friendly to the environment and will provide food security to rural communities, especially managing the health of our soils. Our vision, of course, is to be a leading organic producer and forest regeneration company in the eastern province of Zambia and beyond. Currently, membership stands at 25 female and 10 males. This organization is controlled mainly by women, the chair lady, the vice chair, the secretary, but we are also giving them the support. I think the presentation is more to do with our experience. No, go back. To share our experience. As you can see, we are sharing what we grow, how we do it, and all the fields that we use. We grow, we are even emphasizing the fact that we grow these foods organically. But it is actually an uphill battle because we are dealing with people whose mindsets is more on fertilizer. Move, you can move. Our work, we work with the local forest department to enhance forest regeneration. Beehives, as you can see, are located in a forest reserve. What we did was we had to come up with the local people in this forest reserve because people started cutting trees indiscriminately. Now, our local membership are now the ones who are guarding this forest reserve. And the government is quite happy with us. They don't allow anyone to cut any trees or even to set fire in this place. If they find that person, I think you hear our members maybe going into police because they beat. Make sure that they protect the forest. That's what happens. They are quite serious. And this is helping for sure. Next. And when we collect, I'm sure you saw the sunflower and the beehives and all that. We also do our value addition to the crop which we grow. As you can see, they turn sunflower into cooking oil, beehives, and groundnuts into the spread, what do you call this? Peanut butter, sorry. Peanut butter. So we also do value addition. Next. Yeah, benefits of what we go through. You can see there a happy family. And our lady there is able to look after the family very well because of the benefits that we get. Good yields at low cost, good payback, happy family resilient and sustainable food security for the family, which contributes to even acquiring assets like the vehicle that you see in the picture. Next. But of course, we have challenges, and I think the first challenge I've alluded to, changing the people's mindset is one of the biggest challenges. And overall, we don't have actually the skills in managing this food production and processing, lack of knowledge in keeping and processing of honey. So in other words, I'm talking about skill development. I think we need to empower the the team or the group into all these skills, and we are looking forward to OPAS actually to provide these skills, which we are like. And then the other challenge that we have is processing. Unlike our colleagues maybe from Uganda, we outsource the services for value addition to our products. We charge, of course, exorbitant prices, fees for the services, and thereby depleting our profit margins. Next. Conclusions. Our vision is to empower more households with organic agriculture skills and, of course, provide food security in targeted communities. Through organic agriculture, we believe that households can easily improve their cash flow levels, which in turn will mitigate the rampant poverty levels in rural communities. Organic agriculture will indeed strengthen resilience and sustainable food systems in Africa and improve food security in local communities. Very short presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, on that note, also, I would like to thank you for treating me so well, because now I'm going to give to my colleague to carry on with the questioning. It has been a long day, but before I leave, I also want to ask my colleague from Zambia, because they are dealing with cattle and cows. What do you call a cow with a sense of humor? Yes.
You know, I've never met a cow.
Or he doesn't have a sense of humor. Who knows? What would you call a cow with a sense of humor? With a sense of humor. A cow with a sense of humor. Yes, Francis.
My answer is not really correct. I'm already thinking about it. But yes, it's a cow humus.
It's a laughing stock. Thank you so much. Over to you, my colleague.
Thank you so much, Busisiwe. Very interesting trigger or joke there. So please, I would like to invite the presenters up front for questions as we try to wrap up. Marcos, Bernard. Okay. Gehenza. Please, you can have your seat. So, questions, colleagues, the audience. I hope you still remember the first presentation. So, please, over to you. Would like to start? So, please address the question to specific person.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Je m'excuse là pour tout à l'heure. C'est le traducteur qui avait dit que c'était voilà, des questions. En fait, je voudrais réagir par rapport à la présentation de Richard. Oui, oui, je voudrais réagir par rapport à la présentation de Richard.
I want to react to the question that
Richard
asked.
Voilà, il a évoqué tantôt que les acteurs avaient des difficultés à l'accès aux connaissances.
He said that the actors had a difficulty.
À l'accès aux connaissances.
To the knowledge.
Voilà.
All right.
Voilà, l'accès aux connaissances. En fait, c'est juste pour mettre le lien entre le projet que nous gérons, hein, KCOA, qui est scinde l'Afrique en plusieurs pôles. Je pense que pour des soucis de synergie, le pôle Afrique de l'Est pourrait vraiment s'approcher de ces acteurs, de Richard, vraiment pour rendre accessibles ces connaissances. Voilà, la question c'est comment une possibilité de synergie peut se faire entre le hub de l'Afrique de l'Est est le projet que gère Richard.
Thank you so much. He just want to ask Mr. Richard about the knowledge product. He just made the same question of how they can access on that knowledge product. Thank you so much.
Voilà. J'ai l'autre question, c'est par rapport sur le SPG. Quelqu'un a présenté sur le SPG. Je voulais avoir également le rôle du consommateur dans le système SPG. Parce que nous, en Afrique de l'Ouest, on intègre les acteurs, parmi les acteurs de la chaîne de valeur, les consommateurs.
Thank you. He got another question for the
PGS.
PGS, for the PGS. That question was about how the consumers...
Des consommateurs.
How the consumers...
Les consommateurs. En fait, les consommateurs jouent un rôle parmi les actions de la chaîne de valeur.
Thank you. What is the role of consumers to the PGS?
Voilà. La troisième question, c'est par rapport au rôle des scientifiques. Rôle des scientifiques, surtout avec, pour donner des explications par rapport à la titonia, l'utilisation de titonia avec les avocats.
Another question is the role of scientific people giving the help for the titanium, for the research they made for the titanium. Tetonia, sorry.
Tetonia. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Daraja Irpa. I am from Ethiopia, from Oromia Coffee Farmers Cooperative Union. I'm working in coffee production. I have a question for the presenter who presents about Titonia diversifolia. I have a clarity question. That means, is Titonia diversifolia is a legume plant? And is it a perennial crop? Because, you know, we are using plants for shading our coffees in our country. So if it is a legume plant, it can fix a nitrogen while it is alive or while it is growing. And if we can use it as a shade tree, we can simultaneously get some nitrogen, which is fixed by this Titonia diversifolia plants. Thank you.
Yes, thank you again. I'm Albert from Wakiso, where Mr. Genza comes from. I just want to applaud him for the steps taken towards the bigger strides to converting our farmers to organic. I know the place where he comes from. It's not easy to convert them. But then I want to my senior colleague from OPAS. You have highlighted well about the practices that a farmer should focus on before we think about the pesticides and other things. One thing I want to add is, as a farmer trainer, as a knowledge disseminator, our farmers are living out the fact that the soil, the biology, the microbiology in the soil is actually the most important aspect that we should be looking at now before we even think about other remedies. When I'm out there with the farmers, I call those microbes the cooks. I mean, if the cooks are not in the kitchen, then there would be no food. These are the things, the creatures that dissect, break down the food to be eaten. So it's a call to us to really emphasize if we could culture or grow the microorganisms, the microbes, mycorrhiza, all those, to feed them to the soil, they will do the work. We shall not labor much in chasing pests, chasing fungi. So I was just contributing to yours. I appreciate the fact that in Southern Africa, I think the Southern Hub is doing well in caring for the soil. Ms. Busisiwe and my colleague I think you are doing so well. We are going to adapt that in the East African hub. Trust me, we shall feed this soil, the soil will feed our plants, and we shall be healthy. Thank you.
Asante. Kwa majina naitwa Yohana Agustino Lugalo kutoka Tanzania, Dodoma, PJS. Mimi nilikuwa na swali moja kutoka kwa ndugu yangu yule wa Zambia ambao wanasindika mafuta ya alizeti. Nilikuwa nataka nijue hiyo mashine ambayo wanakamulia mafuta ya alizeti, je, haichangamani na wengine ambao hawazalishi organic? Maana naona unapopeleka yale mazao kuyakamua, sijajua kama wana mashine ya kwao ambayo inakamua tu hayo mazao ya organic. Asante.
His name is Yohana Lugalo from PGS of Dodoma. He asking about the processing machine used to process sunflower oils. Or he asking if they disagree between processed sunflower from conventional and from organic. So he wanted to know if the same machine used to process sunflower from organic source and from conversion source, or there is a different machine used. And I want to use this mic to add my question to the first presenter from OPAS. I would like to know the criteria used to guide us in your recommendation regarding the use of organic compost, recipe for 1 acre. Which criteria do you use to recommend us to use those requirements or those needs to be used for 1 hectare? Is it a nutrient content available, or is it amount of compost used, or what criteria you apply to recommend us to use those recipes for 1 acre? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Annette from Nogam in Uganda. For me, it's just a call for action that since we've realized that it's cheaper for the farmer to produce using organic inputs, how do we scale this up and enable access to organic inputs to our farmers? It's a call for action. Thank you. Thank you, presenters, for the information and knowledge sharing.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the questions. Maybe I can just add to the last one, then you address. It's the same. To Richard, you said, she has also said that we have determined the cost of organic production is cheaper. And you also mentioned that we need to encourage our farmers to be able to obtain premium prices. So I'm just wondering, what is for example, the nexus between premium pricing and the consumer's willingness to pay for such kind of prices? And how would we make the products then affordable to the poor households? We need to really determine if we are saying organic production is cheaper, then that already gives us a comparative advantage over the conventional farming. So I'm just wondering, for us to stay competitive as organic farmers, what's that nexus? How do we get the balance out of that? And then for Marcos, for the Tithonia extract experiment you did, I would like to know what's the size of land and the input requirement per unit size of whichever acreage unit you use for your trial. And for Bernard, presentation, for your members in the cooperative society, which organic certifications are the members using, and any other opportunities you foresee that can help in scaling up certification for your members. Thank you. Over to you. Your mics you just put on when you are speaking. Would you like to go first?
Thank you.
Oh.
Yes.
You're not audible. Put it closer to your mouth, maybe.
Thank you very much for those questions. I think the first comment, the compliments, we call them miners. Those microorganisms, we also call them miners. Without miners, you cannot have minerals to sell. And with respect to the question from there, yes, if you look at the compost recipe that I gave, I talked about, first of all, the sources of manure, horse, goat, or chicken. Those, they go with the levels, the amounts of nitrogen that is contained in them. And we need to balance that very well. However, when I do my farming, I remove the hat of an agronomist. I work just exactly as a farmer. So the recommendation I give them on the basis of the experience, not on the basis of what nutrients are contained in them, because I haven't done an analysis. However, understanding the composition of some of the materials that I use, if there is a higher level of one type of material that I use, it will guide me as to how much I will do. But the 1 hectare, not 1 acre, the thing that I gave up here is for 1 hectare, 100 meters by 100 meters, is based on the experience, not that we have been giving it to researchers to do that with the composition of nutrients. I hope that is clear. The other question, I'm not really sure I know this. If you had an opportunity of coming into Zambia, one thing you hear from me talking about is that where are our engineers? I don't understand how I can scale up. What I just know is that I use this is how I use it. But my cry is that if we can have investments from the people who have the knowledge on how they can do that, the better. From the social point of view, my reason for scaling up will just be broadcasting, giving people information so that they are aware about it. Those of you who were in Sali, I think I was alone when I presented. But you can see now, I have 2, 3 other people. There are more presentations which could have come. For me, that is just the measure I use, but we are calling on the other competent persons who can help us to really scale up. The last question, the prices. Maybe I should clarify. I was actually questioning the credibility of most of us organic farmers demanding for that premium. If we are producing at 1/10 of the price that my other colleagues are producing at, what we should actually be advocating for is to giving out competitive prices, because that is what is going to stimulate the market and consumption of the organic. And when that is done, there is going to be more demand, and we'll be encouraged to produce more and more and more. And then the issues of premium will automatically just fall in place. Thank you very much.
Sorry, can I add to the scaling up according to my experience? The one that a farmer would ask, for instance, if what Zopa is using in a hectare, and then if I have got 10 hectares, then I take it as the scaling up. So with that, if for instance he's doing a liquid fertilizer, using all the materials that he has put there, whether it is the weeds or the manure. You remember he said if he uses manure together with the weeds that he shredded, he would even use the liquid the next day. But then if there is no manure, then it can take longer to ferment. So what you do with the liquid fertilizer, for you to use it as a fertilizer that is drenching it into the roots so that it feeds the roots, you use 1:10. So you take the solution that has fermented as a liter, and then you dilute it to 10 liters of water. Then you put it into your soil, you drench the roots. But if you're using it as a foliar spray, it is 1 liter to 20 liters. Then you will have known now that if you've got 10, 20, 30, 50 hectares, you would have a boom spray where you will be having your 600 liters. Then you will be able to calculate what is the amount of the liquid fertilizer that I have to put into 600 liters. If my math serves me right, that would be 30 liters of the liquid ferment to 600 liters of water. And then you can have your 50 hectares being irrigated. And that is scaling up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Busisiwe.
Good afternoon. I think I have only 2 questions. Maybe I can start with the certification.
Yes.
2 questions only. Yeah, the certification. You know, when I was checking, I mean, this gentleman from Uganda, he was presenting, and finally I went to talk to him. Oh, he's there. I saw that, look, that is a very long process. But of course, it dawned on me that, look, we still have a long way to go to get certification. At the moment, this is something that we have been discussing with OPAS to try and do. I don't know what form it will come. But right now, those products that you saw, those were not even labeled. We have gone into labeling where we are saying organically produced, but we can't put all those things because I think maybe the framework is not yet in place. But we have been promised by OPAS that they'll be coming for inspection. And then maybe they'll provide a way to do certification. I think the roadmap is with OPAS. They will give us the guidance. At the moment, we are not doing a certification, and though we claim on the label, our products are sold very quickly, and the attraction mainly is organically produced. Fortunately, there's no one actually to arrest us and do so, because we are still the authority in that area. So to answer that question, we are not doing any certification. And then on the sunflower processing machines, as I had indicated, we take our organically produced seed, for instance, sunflower. We don't have the machines to do that. So we take them to those with machines, and then they do the process. Maybe there is some degree of contamination. I don't know if that is the case. But we don't have actually the machines producing special machines for organically produced seeds and those which are done by others. We take them to, I think if you saw my presentation, I indicated that, look, we are spending too much on having those, our products processed outside. So we don't have special machines for now processing those organically produced sunflower seed to get the cooking oil that you saw. I think those are the only 2 questions. Do I have another question now?
No. Okay, quick one.
Can I please add, because I think that question, if I'm not mistaken, it was also asking what is the value of the consumer in the PGS. As you are speaking about the certification, you know, the certification of produce depends on the consumer. The reason we are certifying our food as organic is because the consumer wants it certified. Otherwise, if you've got a consumer that does not care, there is no need for you to certify, because then your consumer trusts you that you are producing organic. That is why we've got first party, second party, and third party certification. Your first party is yourself when you are saying to your consumer, I produce organic, and that consumer trusts you and then buys your food without wanting the certificate. And then PGS will be your second party certification, because the consumer is asking, how do I know you are producing organic? And as a result, then they want now assurance. So that is PGS. And then the third party certification will be an outside one, where there's now even export, where you will be now certifying using the companies like Afronet. So that is where the consumer comes in. Because the value of the consumer, your PGS has to have a consumer. This is the person who wants to know how this food is produced. Secondly, the retailer, that is a person who is marketing, or either an aggregator who is marketing your food. They want to know how this food is produced. So they have to be in your PGS group. That is why PGS has got stakeholders, different stakeholders, your farmers, your consumers, your retailers, aggregators, and all those people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well put, Pusisiwe. Next, Marcos?
I just wanted to
less
make
than a
clarification.
minute.
Yeah,
Okay.
that is true. Certification is because someone demands it. And in the place where they are doing production, we have done the mapping, predominantly the type of farming which is going on there. And that is why, as OPAs, we have selected areas where we can safely say products which are produced here will be organic, because of the nature of the activities and the predominant farming systems that are taking place there. However, to try and stimulate the market, OPAS has started own marketing, that is in Lusaka, where we are using PGS as a stepping stone to those who would demand that certification, and that is the label you saw there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have 3 questions, I believe. If I've missed out anything, please remind me. The first question wanted to know the role of science on Tithionia. Personally, I think science has done enough, because from the time that I came across this plant myself, I have read a lot of literature on it. What is remaining is for us, the people that need to use it, to go into using it. Like I said in my presentation, you do not need sophisticated equipment to extract the fertilizer from the plant. It is already done by God. All you need to do is just break it down into a compost heap and then use the compost material for your fertilizer. I hope I have answered that question about the role of science. I think science has done its part. The second question was, is Tithionia a legume? Can it be used as shade? I believe that was asking about intercropping with coffee. Well, as to being a legume, it is not. As to being perennial, yes, it is perennial. It grows all year round, but it's not a legume. And the method of it being a fertilizer is different from the leguminous plant type of depositing of nutrients into the soil. If you grow it like you do with legumes, chances are that it will start to compete for nutrients itself with your crops. So it is safer to grow it away from your crops, harvest it, and then turn it into a fertilizer. The third question was land size. I believe that was personal to my enterprise. I started out with just 4 hectares of land dedicated to
avocados and dedicated to organic methods. Of that 4 hectares, most of it is grown what I like to call normally. Because believe it or not, in Zambia, we do not really need to fertilize the avocados. The soils are naturally fertile. Everyone that grows avocados not on a commercial basis, they do not use any fertilizers. Even those that want to use these synthetic chemical fertilizers, it is pointless because the plant does not really need that. The soils are good generally. So this is just to, I think, derive maximum benefit in the short time when we use fertilizers, because now we are concentrating a lot of plants on a small plot of land. And since we were going commercial, we have to give them some extra fertilizer. That is the experiment I did with only 20 out of the plants that I have. So having seen the effect that was derived from that fertilizer, I will now be motivated to produce more compost, to even produce more liquid fertilizer so that I can feed the rest of the plants, so that they can all look as healthy as I showed you on that, on those pictures. I believe that is all that I was asked, and if I've left any questions, please remind me.
Yes, please. Just to add, I wanted to know how much Tithonia extract you use in, for example, 1 acre of land. That is in terms of cost implication, and that slide that you presented, just to get a sense of what's the cost implication. In terms of even doing it to a larger extent, to a large scale, for example, or bigger size of land. Okay.
I do not know whether the hand there is trying to help me or something. Oh, okay. I thought you were letting me off the hook. You want to set me off the hook? Please go ahead.
It goes to the same what I said. If you're saying then 1 hectare, and if you're using the liquid, then the formula will stay the same. 1:10 liters. Then according to the size of your land, then you know how many liters you want, and then that is how you will be calculating how to use the fertilizer. But then as a biomass, because then it's not a legume that you need to plant with the crop, but then you chop and drop. So as you chop and drop, then it just it releases the carbon that is needed by the soil. So whatever, depending on your strength and your labor, there is nothing that says you must chop and drop so much, you see, as long as you chop and drop. So the issue of scale, it really is sort of easy with organic farming and when you are using liquid fertilizers, because it depends on your dilution. And then as you, like for instance, if now you are using a backyard garden, you can have a cup, and then a cup to what? To a liter. A cup of the fertilizer to a liter of water that is diluted. 10 liters to so you just have got that formula and you won't go wrong. 1 liter is to 10 liters for drenching. 1 liter is to 20 liters for a foliar spray. Thank you. I don't know if I put you off the hook or you wanted to add.
Now, if we are going to use the Tithonia as a liquid, this herb is 3.5% nitrogen. Now, it has some degree of phosphorus, around 2 something. So its NPK level is around 3.5 to 3, around to 3 to 3 to 3, around there. So now, this is nearly a standard foliar fertilizer. where I would recommend a farmer to mix 150 mils in a 20-liter jerry can. So if it is to how much do I need for a hectare? That's 2 acres. Because now I'll need 4 knapsacks for 1 acre. So that's 8 for a hectare. Okay, 10 knapsacks for hectare, which means I'll need about 2 liters of concentrated squeezed liquid of Tithonia, because its nitrogen, its NPK is actually sufficient enough for any ordinary organic foliar fertilizer. So I think that would answer if the person is going to use the foliar anyway, liquid. So per hectare, just 8 liters would be sufficient, I believe. Not I believe, but I can confirm.
So I have a small question for you. Tithonia is some consider them as invasive. So how do we manage that? Okay, it doesn't escape to other unintended locations.
If I got that question right, how do we manage the Tithonia? Like I said, if you are going to grow it on your farm, I personally would recommend you use it as a hedge, and please be very vigilant. Be sure that you are using it regularly, and if you are going to be an absentee landlord for some time, get someone to get to control it, because it can grow real fast, and the time you come back after a year or 2, you may have a major job trying to clear your land again to remove the Tithonia from there. Thank you very much. I think I can.
Yep. Thank you very much, Marcos. Genza, we didn't have a question for you. Did we? Okay. Richard.
Thank you for my questions. The first one was not very clear to me about knowledge products. Maybe I can have a retake on that. The next one, I think, has been answered. The role of consumers in the PGS. That one has been answered. Then I'll go straight to the last one, which was about the cost of organic production. If we claim the cost of organic production is way cheaper than the cost of conventional production, then why do we want to charge organic premium? Or why do we want, why are we looking for premium markets? Why don't we just offer competitive prices? Now, my answer is this. It all depends on your target market for the product. If your target market is our local market, where you're going to go and compete with other people who are doing the same things in your location, I think I would go with that point of view, that we offer competitive prices, because already we are having a lower cost of production than the conventional producers. So if we have a lower cost of production, which means we are already getting much more than the conventional producers, I 100% agree with you. But if you're producing for export markets, you have extra cost of third-party certification. Please, I would encourage you to look for organic, to look for premium markets that can offer you better prices for you to be able to meet the cost of that third-party certification. In the case of second-party certification, you do not have these other costs, so you can actually try to offer competitive prices. Yesterday I came across a fellow farmer, who was selling their coffee to European markets and they were not charging organic premium. Yet they incur costs of organic certification, and I think their farmers would actually benefit from the organic premiums. Those markets are willing to offer the organic premium. So make it a point of attraction for your farmers to go into organic production of coffee or maybe those other products, avocado that you're going to export. Make it a point of attraction by getting premium markets that will give them a premium on top of the price, just like my other colleague presented yesterday, that will attract them to go back to their farms and grow more. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I would also like to add on the pricing and the premium on organic food. You see, price should be determined by the individual producer because there's different determinations with price. You look at true cost accounting before you can put your price in a product. As we are saying with organic farming, the presenters that are saying it is cheaper to produce. It depends. It could be cheaper in inputs because then they are not sourcing inputs outside. They are sourcing inputs within the farm. And then the next organic farmer may not have those inputs in the farm. And then he is getting them outside at a price. And then once now he calculates every effort or every activity that he's doing in the farm, transportation, and then again with labor. Because we tend to forget that organic farming has got a much labor. It is labor intensive, and also that is a cost. So for a farmer, for you, at the end, when you get that product, you ought to follow and check what is it that you have put in inputs, in transport, in packaging, all those things, and then that is called true cost accounting. At the end, you will find a cost for your produce. We cannot have a one-size-fits-all. And depending on how you are producing and what you are doing, how you are doing it, then it will be an individual farmer pricing. And as such, there's a lot of questions that are asked. Why is organic food expensive? So if now you compare and you are true to what you are doing, and you are doing it fairly. That is why when we speak of agroecology, we speak of care, ecology, health, and fairness. And that fairness, we also looking at being fair with pricing too. As you are being fair with the planet, you are being fair with human, you are being fair with your workers. So also with the consumer, because you don't have to charge that consumer extra because you are doing organic, and yet what you have put in is far less. So pricing goes that way. Thank you.
Yeah. Good. Yeah. Fairness. Organic production, organic products, we need to be. The basic thing is that we need safe food. Yeah? That is a basic human right. So true cost accounting vis-a-vis fairness would really help a big deal. We'll take 2 questions. Last one, burning ones. Hot, 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 burning. We close. Any? Going once? Twice?
My name is Noel Kwai from Tanzania. My question goes to Mr. Chitaru. He has mentioned the issue of, for example, cow urine. So my question now is it possible, if you have harvested a cow urine, there is any means how you also can improve maybe shelf life so that it can stay more than 3 or 4 months and then later you can use it? Or you just harvest, you dilute it and use it?
Yeah, when it comes to organic agriculture, the major concentration is on niche market, which when you present to the government official, they say, this is for people with money. So how do we remove this notion that, okay, organic agriculture is not about the niche market, but it's for us all?
We are the first consumers, yeah? So let the products, the beautiful products, the nice products, not to be for the rich or for the others.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me take the first shot. And let me also take this opportunity to comment on the invasive species. You know, even snakes, if you allow them to do, they will become a menace. Invasive species are invasive because we allow them to grow. If by what we have shown here, one can become innovative, continuously nip them down, compost them into manure, and form a business of manure, that becomes a raw material. They are no longer invasive. That's my comment about that. But regarding the issue of cow urine, I have used cow urine up to 3 months old. I collect it, let it in the sun for just a few days, cover it, let it ferment, and it's not a question of 4 days, it's a question of months. It's quite durable. Let's come to the issue of markets. Maybe you would want to know, you would benefit from this. When we started as OPAS in 2000, we targeted the export markets. And our member, Mpongwe Bulima, was the first organic undertaking to export organic groundnuts and organic mushrooms, chanterella mushrooms, to Europe. We went through lots of things, but for sure, the export market is not the best. So we have changed the ball game, and this is why we are talking PGS, because we believe that a good market is the one which has demand at home. So our target actually, as we do organic, is to grow our local market, because we should not be consumers of rejected products. We should be consumers of the prime products. That is our approach in OPAS now. If there is going to be any chance of exports, let it come. I mentioned that we are pioneers in the production of organic avocados. When we started producing, not long ago, we targeted the supermarkets for our avocados. We would harvest, do some preliminary grading, and deliver to their premises, then they give us money. But we discovered that was not the best market. We stopped. Now, we rely on people, local people who come to buy from our farms. Those avocados you saw there, even the okra that was being plucked, they come to buy. We no longer go, because they have seen that they also need to eat well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well put.
You know, food is a right for everybody. Food is the right for the poorest of the poor. And then you cannot say, because that person is poor, then must be using food that is not organic. So that is why we are recommending that every household should have a garden just for consumption, so that then they are able to eat that A-grade food that is supposed to be sold in the upmarkets. So a niche market, it's for those people that want to exploit, which is not the correct way. All the food that is produced is supposed to be eaten by even a person who comes from the townships, from the informal settlements. This thing of niche, it's the one that has made organic to be like captured. Because now the word organic, we're having problems now because the word organic has been captured. It has been seen as being the industry for the high class. Whereas we are all responsible and we're supposed to be getting food that is clean and healthy and produced with nutrients and all that is to be in that soil. And I also want to echo the fact that was put here that we need to build the soil and build the soil using all these farm inputs, which is where we put in carbon, so that that soil is healthy, and then we can shy away from using pesticides and all these. Because, you know, one other thing with price, I'm sorry, I talk too much. One other thing with pricing, it depends on the type of soil. What type of soil did you get when you started your organic farming? Because then maybe you've started a soil that has used synthetic chemicals before, which will take time for that soil to be ready and be fertile for you to say, I won't be putting much inputs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We had interesting discussions, deliberations. Some have really amazed us or triggered something in our senses or conscience. So we really need to pause here and continue tomorrow. Would like to appreciate our presenters and ourselves, the moderators and ourselves in the house. Let's do it like this. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1. Okay, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1. Thank you so much. What's that song that you like? No farmer, no. Now I want to change it. No organic farmer, no food.
It won't have a rhythm. No organic farmer, no food. Can we have the song? No organic farmer, no food.